There's fire in the atmosphere, moving in synergy. This electricity, the power of the pioneers, tearing through history. This is our destiny. We are the power, we are the change, we are the pioneers of paradise and fame. We push you louder like hurricanes. We are the pioneers, we are the pioneers.
say sorry. This situation's on repeat, just like a scratch on a CD. It just gets deeper when you hit rewind. How many nights will you make this decision? Lights and tears and it's blurring your vision. You know he don't love you, hurt you holding on to. Scream through the phone even though he won't listen. So hard, still at your place, trying to make it okay. He's miles away, I'm left hearing you say that you just need someone caring for you. When will you see me more than your rescue? I'm feeling kinda used, yeah, like a drug that you take when you're sick of crying all your tears away. Is that all I am? All I want is for you to be happy. You know this ain't healthy. Do I make you happy? How many nights will you make this decision? Lights and tears and it's blurring your vision. You know he don't love you, what you holding on to. Scream through the phone even though he won't listen. So I'm still at your place, trying to make it okay. He's miles away, I'm left hearing you say that you just need someone caring for you. When will you see me more than you rescue? I'm doing everything he doesn't do, but I'm still not enough. Even your parents know I'm good for you, but I'm still not enough. You wanna be done with him, you're stuck with him, 'cause you don't have the guts. And after all I've done, I'm still not enough. Still at your place, trying to make it okay. He's miles away, I'm left hearing you say that you just need someone caring for you. When will you see me more than you rescue?
There's fire in the atmosphere, moving in synergy. This electricity, the power of the pioneers, tearing through history. This is our destiny. We are the power, we are the change, we are the pioneers of paradise and fame. We push you louder like hurricanes. We are the pioneers, we are the pioneers.
Back to the ESL Challenger League Season 45. We dip into Asia yet again. I'm Tito. I'm joined by Michael, Yumi, Cassidy as always. Michael, how you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty solid. You know, we're only in the first couple of weeks of play, and we're still trying to get a gauge of like where teams are and what kind of teams we have to be excited about moving forward throughout our respective Group A and Group B in our sort of division at the start of the season. And you know, we've got some quite new names and some quite exciting stories already to tell in the opening weeks. I think there's been a surprise within even the group that we're covering today in terms of who we find ourselves at the top of the standings early on.
Well, I don't know about the top of the standings, but the middle of the standings is maybe where the real surprise is coming in from. The fact that Rare Atom is 1-1. I do think that we discussed this a little bit. That matchup that they did end up losing out to, there were some known players in there in CR Gaming, but it did feel more as if that was, for lack of a better term, the depression tour of Rare Atom after they'd just been knocked out of the RMR. Maybe taking a few bumps in the road as they come back to China.
Yeah, I know. I think especially, you know, the fact that they weren't able to make that RMR definitely is going to be a knock to the confidence. And I think the fact that they had to play that game, you're definitely right. You know, probably affected how they played in their opening games. But they have to be able to put that behind them as well, because, you know, you have to position yourself in a spot where you can just make it into ESL Pro League. Sure, you miss out on the RMRs, you miss out on the major, but you have to be able to reset your focus. And you wouldn't think that Rare Atom would actually go through too much sort of grief, I guess, over the fact that they weren't able to make the major, because the fact of the matter is they should be somewhat used to it to a certain degree. There's been many disappointments. I don't think you
ever get used to the heartbreak, Michael. I've had a lot of girls across the year telling me that I'm not good enough for them. It never gets easier, Michael. It never gets easier. And I can't imagine Rare Atom feel any different about it either. Just not being good enough for the major yet again. But we are about to get into the game. I don't think we haven't yet, but the pistol seems to be beginning right about now.
Yeah, we're just about ready to dive right into it. We didn't get a chance to sort of discuss the vetoes, but it is indeed our first map in the pool, Inferno, picked by Clutch Gaming as well, and going directly into the wheelhouse of Rare Atom. So a bold pick, and we'll have to see if it pays off.
Rare Atom countered it out with their own nuke, so they are leading back over towards it after throughout the RMR. I don't think we actually saw them picking it very much at all. It is one of their older maps, and hey, maybe they just feel like they need a bit of old to try and reset. They were relying a bit more on the Mirage pickup, actually, interestingly enough. Clutch Gaming themselves have undergone changes. Obviously, the biggest one will be the lack of a certain 522 move speed boy. That reference is so outdated, but Hastika no longer going to be with them. Use. Charge forward, Mosaic is gone. P250 to start off, and the smoke's going to be delayed. They're already moving in. Flash didn't be making much happen either, but it's Advent at the back of the bomb site. Good for one. Jamyoung pairs together for the second, and Izza and Stardust both able to find a few apiece.
Ooh, a nice challenge, just getting out through that CT smoke, and it won't pan out too well. Stardust able to sweep things under the rug. It's the first round here for Clutch Gaming, a nice way to pick things up onto the pistol.
Absolutely. And listen, it is already some interesting differences that we're seeing, right? Jamyoung is the one flying in with the B-bomb site along with Advent. It's not Mosaic. Mosaic was the one who went down earlier on, if I remember correctly. Also, but either way, Jamyoung being here so early on, even if it is just a pistol run, is interesting to see. I would be curious to find out whether Rare Atom do change up a lot of their positioning on the basis of the results that have come through before.
Ooh, good nades.
Mercury's been nearly brought down.
Yeah, that's a little scary, that's for sure.
Oh, well, that's even scarier.
Didn't really feel like he had much of a chance in any of these fights. Took nades, spam through smoke. What can you do? Not exactly an ideal set of weapons, but Jamyoung does find one and does actually get news in transition. Thought for sure he'd go traded, but he survives on 9 HP.
Maybe you do want to keep him on that A-bomb site. Mosea, nice little follow-up as well. The P250 able to strike true and true. Clutch Gaming. Now in a 2 versus 4, but they are going on to the correct bomb site. Advent with a full rotation backwards. They decided that they would rather pick up the rifles and play around the retake instead. Stardust flashed up, waiting for the push to come through, and Jamyoung is gone. Iz has got one as well, right back over to the 2-on-2. Flashbang to delay, not that it will be landing. And Izzer, whose rotation from behind the smoke could catch them off guard. They're not going to be expecting this, and Stardust doesn't need it. 4 kills for the man as he is able to recover what looked like a completely lost round.
Yeah, really solid work. Again, these post plants so far on B have been pretty well handled. You know, in the pistol round, they were able to really dispatch it in of the Rare Atom players sort of pushing through smoke, trying their best to sort of press the issue, and as well just not faltering versus the weird sort of half buy there from Rare Atom is always a good sign for a Clutch Gaming side that are definitely going to be seen as underdogs coming into this matchup. I don't think we can sort of beat around the bush in that regard. You know, they've made some transitions, they brought in some new players, News definitely a part of that transition alongside Clouden, you know, making up for the loss of Hastica, and I think the dismissal of Imagine. They're looking pretty solid to start off this game.
Michael, you were able to chat with the Clutch Gaming's organization guys, right? What do they think about the prospects going forward with the new lineup?
Well, that was not actually one of the conversations that we had. You know, you just kind of...
Okay.
We just had a little conversation about how, you know, we've been covering Asian Counter-Strike and how he's excited that everything's in Mongolia, and he just wanted to support Hastica at the RMR. So those were his main things to talk about. We didn't have much time to catch up. I didn't quite find him after our initial talk.
Makes sense. Didn't get a chance to talk shop. Nade through. Decent damage. Advent already with that legs. Some would argue it was with that hand as well at times, but that's a completely different conversation. Now, oh no, it's Mosea from behind inside the smoke. I thought he was a T-side player for a second.
Yeah, he was in the weeds there and just darted past them through smokes. That is crazy. I can't believe he's gotten away with that.
Yeah, the way he was aiming that, I was like, oh my god, it's a team kill. Oh god. 2v4 earlier on from Clutch. Can they pull together the 3v5 though?
It's a tall order.
I mean, if Advent keeps jump spotting and 9-10 is able to quickly get in a jab or two.
Yeah, they're not going to know just how low Mosea is as well. This is actually quite hard to capitalize on. If a well-placed Molotov could just take him out of the round before he can actually react.
I mean, they barely knew which team Mosea was on, let alone how low he is right
yeah,
now.
that's true.
Volley down for Advent. Mosea's not going to be able to provide much support. They will be moving through the Molotov, courtesy of the time being so low, and into the smoke goes Cloud and Izza. Yet to reveal, Clouden's good for one, but Izza needs the headshots, won't even be needed actually. Mosea's demise, because of the single HP, will be only Advent on the bomb side. Swings out a bit late, the bomb will be planted, and a flashbang keeps him completely blind. Clouden still has a chance on the 1v3. Advent pushing forward with a flashbang to help, will not be any help at all. Clouden just overruns him. And now Jamyoung coming from the side. His flick is good, and Adam will recover. But again, a round where it felt like they didn't need to lose so much.
Certainly dangerous, and almost certainly, you know, you get rid of that bomb plant. Clouden just doesn't even have a chance to make that one happen. Couple of nice shots, and it could have gone a long way. But Rare Atom do break through. First round, and this time a hold on B will not be succeeding here for the Clutch Gaming side. Started off so poorly, but certainly made that contestable. With another buy, and they'll have just about exactly the right amount for all the util, their AWP. You know, News is definitely missing out on some nades, but shouldn't take away too much from their arsenal. Just a flurry of Molotovs over towards Banana early. Mercury already cheating his rotation back towards A. And Clutch, because they actually miss out on one extra belt, it won't feel like they can contest this area early. Won't even exchange too much util back. Advent does tank a little bit of damage, but bottom B can be perused by the Chinese.
Someone's going to be faced on by News. It is an easy looking kill for him. Ready, lines it up. There you go. No worries whatsoever with Kaze covering out short. He did not have anything to be concerned of. Mazir's forward-facing angle and Banana is about to be contested. He needs to find this kill, but Stardust just overruns him completely. Dominates him in the one-on-one, and now comes out the B-side at execute. They want a manual throw out for CT. Flashbang in. Advent's not going to be blinded. The flashbang pops off the wrong window, and Advent's got a flash of his own, only to give him one. The spam with the A1 means the Mercury can pursue, but replacing it with the USP will take too long. As he runs out of bullets, bomb will be planted. Both T-side players low, but still a 2-on-2.
Gonna manage to somehow. Ooh, Clouded inside of the smoke gets spammed. Jamyoung connecting on the headshot, and now so 9-10 is all that remains. Low HP in a new box, and Jamyoung has him. Even that's a headshot? It felt like you could barely see him, but Jamyoung's too sharp to the trigger. A triple to make sure that Rare Adam get 2 rounds back to back.
This is a reminder to everyone, the one thing that there was no uncertainty of, even back at the RMR, Jamyoung is still an absolute beast. It was quite fun talking to some of the former players and stuff about what they felt about Jamyoung. I remember Nine and Cabal both said almost the exact same thing. They said, bro, he's so good, it's unfair that he's smart too.
Yeah, it can be kind of ridiculous sometimes.
He just seems to know everything that's going on at all times.
And that's the scary part, man, is that even though he's obviously such a great and gifted player, he's sometimes been outshined by others on this squad. You know, Mercury has taken some of the limelight away from Jamyoung, though we still fawned for him.
Yeah. I'm still a big fan of the young Jam.
He's creeping up in the age counter, though.
Oh, man, he's like 21, man.
Yeah, I know, but are we young then?
Yes.
Oh,
Listen,
okay.
I still maintain anyone underneath 23 can be a young player. It makes it a bit more difficult for us to categorize him as such. Advent as well, a man with both age and experience, will be finding 3 while sitting inside the smoke. Just pulls out the USB as well. 4 in total. This is a great round for him.
Yeah, if he wasn't the one to help be a tutor to Mosaic, he'd maybe give him a scolding for taking away his ace. Advent was slaughtering them on that banana plate. It's all well and good. A round's a round, and Advent certainly got more out of his spot than he bargained for. AK's across the field now. We'll see whether Kaze can actually get on the board with his AWP and not going to be contested at these long distances, these insta-kill shots. News? Took a while to even consider pulling out a smoke, but God, he's already been whittled down to 19.
Boost up from Isaiah. Will be dropping down, doesn't want to be maintaining for all too long. Timing of the flashbang is just in time to try and peek through from Mosaic. Like to, instead he's just a sitting duck, and the duck has been killed and used for some soup. I don't know why it's so Michael, but it is in my head. Advent gets the tag of the information before re-navigating back over to Yeo, faithful second oranges. He does like playing out from the angle, and with Gaza here to cover, it will be a hard scale. Kaze, though, already taken down. Clouden finds him getting overly aggressive on top of the coffins, and he'll end up inside them instead. Advent, not long for the world either, and with 35 seconds, Clutch Gaming look to have secured a 4th.
Yeah, not even considering it. Rare Adam just cluttering up back towards the A-bomb site. They had the right read. You know, they definitely had the right amount of presence on this site, just unable to really slow the roll from the Clutch Gaming side after they find trades. Kaze was the only one that really found success on his opening duel, but Clutch just using numbers and grouping up, spacing was solid on the hit. It's a pretty bare bones attack in all honesty, but sometimes keeping it simple is all you need. Clutch already having a pretty successful T-side half. There was a little answer back from the Rad squad, but this is one of the things, you know, I've definitely talked to you about it a lot, but, you know, I feel like to some extent Rare Atom are limited by the way they feel the most comfortable. You know, they play very defensive setups.
Yeah.
We've seen them break out of that mold occasionally against, I guess, the right team, but it does feel like sometimes they pull it out a little too late, and I don't know that they get the most rehearsal in being aggressive. I can see that maybe change moving forward. These guys are all soldiers. Jamyoung.
Kaze.
Oh.
Kaze and Jamyoung. Soldiers they may be, but they are dying in the field of battle right now, Michael. No general here to shepherd these players back into winning ways as they are being cornered in. IZR as well moves forward. Mercury's gone. Jamyoung and Mosaic from beyond the grave. Rather, he's very much outside of the grave. I keep confusing him and Mercury, man. It's happened all the time. 910. Solid fight to be putting up, but unfortunately, just not enough. Mosaic and Jamyoung put together are too much to deal with. Fast rotation back to A.
Yeah, doing a good job actually meeting the Clutch Gaming aggression. You know, after they got over towards brackets, you know, I wasn't quite ready for them to go so quick considering Clutch have actually been playing a pretty slow rolling T side, but tried to change the pace up and catches me out, but not Rare Atom. They were prepared for an aggro hit. Yeah, back to what I was saying. This is a team of soldiers, and all that have been brought up under the tutelage of Advent. So they've learned a playstyle. They've learned how to make the system work under Advent's leadership, but you know, we've seen this happen across the scene, especially the sort of upper echelons of Counter-Strike at the moment, that, you know, in-game leaders are actually having to rescind some of that sort of overbearing structure sometimes to let your young stars actually do what they're best at. You know, the reason you pick them up is because they've got some great raw mechanical ability. They've got a great understanding of like intuitive peaks that'll work for them to get a kill. You sometimes need to just leverage that to the best of your abilities. It could sometimes be the difference maker and a way to pry bar into rounds outside of just thinking about things purely tactically.
I think they definitely tried that, but right now you are seeing Clutch Gaming just trying to go for the bulldoze themselves. Jamyoung will find one, but cannot really do much beyond being a pebble in the way of that bulldozer. Clouden can't find Advent yet, but it feels like he does know exactly what's going on. Mosai's discovery is making this all the more difficult. Advent as well on the retreat. Position revealed, and it is very much in hot pursuit. 11 HP, and the man is dead to right.
Yeah, one more kill on the exit, but that is all they get. Nice move there from Clutch, getting up through the arches. No one on Rare Atom was actually there to address it by the time they actually realized the wrap. You know, Jamyoung's spot is obviously not ideal. Fighting from grave for both long and short simultaneously. It's not an angle that you're trying to mix up responsibilities. You only really want to have to look at apps in short. Down to pistols are Rare Atom. This is one of Rare Atom's hallmark maps. You know, it once upon a time was Nuke. Now it's more so Inferno. It's the one they want to sort of push teams on internationally and have done so. But Clutch are really putting them through their paces.
What? Farming time, even if they do end up going into a stack, this is just some easy frags to make it all the more bearable. Stardust has looked particularly impressive. I know he's been around the scene for quite a while. He's been just this rogue agent more than anything else. But every team I see him on, it does seem like he's one of the, maybe not the best player directly, but he seems to be one of the top two at the very least. Those good days were of him on the Black Company, I believe.
I think that's what we definitely noticed with the Mongolian scene. It's happening, I think, less and less nowadays. But you know, players interchange rosters, and you know, been the Black Company, the Shine, the Mongols. You know, you maybe dip into a renewal for a little bit, maybe dip into a clutch for a little bit, then back to the Shine, and you know, we end up in a cycle. And that's just always going to happen with, you know, I guess smaller regions or smaller, I guess, emerging Counter-Strike regions. You know, you're trying to find something that fits, something that works, and you know, the Mongols have it at the moment, but other teams at one point or another weren't too far behind them. You know, we're kind of in a similar position of, you know, on the precipice of breaking past other dominant figures within the Asia region.
I mean, people thought Eruption might be the ones to have it as well.
Yeah.
But clearly they struggled. Mercury, flashbang through, might not even have needed it, to be honest, with the way he just overruns those two. 9-10 and News are going to be left wondering what exactly did they do wrong. Oh. Shot by Farmer's Peak. Jamyang wanted to go back in for it. He knew the player was low, but Clouden is actually coming out on top, and Stardust is not too far behind. There is a trade as Kaze finds one towards the B bomb side, and the bomb is also going to be relinquished as a result of that. Stardust needs to find the kill. Clouden good for another, and Kaze with his knife out, pushing all the way through. Banana is completely out-thunk in that situation. Okay.
Oh. Back to a one-on-one because they didn't try to consolidate their players on one side of the map. Instead, Stardust does have the information as to where Advent was last seen, but does he read which way he rotates? Does have a kit as well on Advent, as well as his recovered AK, and now cutting sound. Smoke down CT. Advent seems to have the read, seems to understand Stardust. Oh, he doesn't full clear it. Advent just barely missed the timing and thought there's no way he got so close by, but Stardust outpositions him. It's a 7th for Clutch.
They're looking damn good right now, man. A 7 going on 8 right now. Jamyang as well over there, going back in for the repeat after getting the initial dink with the Farmers, was so confident that he would get the kill. And Clouden and Stardust get all of those frags without even really having too much setup for them. It's just players getting caught out of position, trying to back off, trying to push through, not really having an idea of where the Clutch Gaming side could be. It's just a lot of frags just coming out to some straight aim deals that were just heavily advantaged for Clutch.
Really not looking good, is it? You know, we're likely going to see 8 almost guaranteed here, but the way they've been playing, you know, Radom are looking like their CT side is going to be just receiving a total battering for all of this half. You know, I don't see many replicable ways for recovery. It's all about whether Clutch have sort of fallen into traps or been unable to do anything in terms of finding trades. These pistols are already finding way too much. A nice little double setup over the arches brings it back to 3-on-3 and trying to get their hands on rifles. They do succeed, but only for a moment. 9-10 able to answer back, but there's that trade from Advent, and once again gets his hands on an AK, 2-on-2.
Smokedown will be quite frustrating for him, though, and with the Molotov recovered, AK given up to his teammate as well. Advent's got a fair bit of utility. The double flash setup as well could be coming through. Cloud and Flash, I don't think that would have blinded them unless they were just practically peeking into him at that point. Izza, though, coming in from behind. The boost up as well has been spotted out. Mosaic, however, still brings it back to a 1-on-1. He does not have a smoke. He does not have a kit, and IZL should have an idea of that. At least a ladder. I'm running low, spots out Mosaic, and it's an easy peasy little kill coming out for Azza. Yeah, nice setup on Arches with the 2 men, but at the end of the day, unfortunately, just couldn't get any more done. They might have actually had more damage if not for the fact that the second player, the one with the CC, I think it was Kaze, he was jumping up and down while being low HP, so the player who's vertically above him behind couldn't actually get any shots off because of that, while the jumping reload took place.
Yeah, I think you're right. I have to sort of like rewind it in my head. Things are going to plan here for Clutch. This is their map pick in the series, and they saw the boost. Stardust unable to punish. In fact, takes a lot more damage in response than he's able to do to them. Mosaic is tagged, at the very least. They'll fall back. They'll play defensive from here on out. Rare Adam unlikely to re-aggress, but Clutch are starting to refocus over towards B. 4 players in proximity. They even swap over that AWP into Stardust's hands. Make sure he gets everything he wants. Look at Advent. Trying to actually challenge through this smoke. He'll phase it, and he'll find IZR. He drops the bomb, and that's an immediate signal to go. The Molotov down, already dissipated, and Mosaic standing his ground, but only one again. It's a 3-on-3 for this retake, but that smoke CT, the fact it had a massive gap, again, it's trades on trades. Another 2v2 to play out.
It's been some pretty brutal rounds coming out so far, just back and forth in how the entries are going in. Clouden with a flashbang going deep. CT won't really be doing too much to assist. There is a kid on Jam Young, and as the banana will be smoked off, that removes Stardust from the equation. With the AWP, it will be very difficult to even get any spams as such done. Kaze spots out the player backing up from New Box. And now with 2 more smokes ready, Stardust should be well disabled out of the round. He is going to be waiting in for it. Smoke down. Kaze as well will hit the deck, and Jam Young yet to make his way onto the bomb. Even if he does at this point, there is no time for the defuse. He knows it. So instead, we'll just be going down after dealing a bit more damage. Clutch Gaming, however, do not care very much. Their money is still good.
Yeah, and they're just going to keep rolling with the punches. They're satisfied with how this is all panned out. You know, that wasn't the cleanest T-side attack there from Clutch. You know, getting caught up by Advent's aggression, then quickly barrel rolling into the B bomb site. But, you know, they're just able to find so many consistent trades. And when they go into this post plant, it's very difficult for Rare Adam to actually claw their way back in. Sure, you might get kills. You might find that Clutch have no survivors. But like you said, they're going to be fine with that, considering their money is in such a solid space where Rare Adam don't have that same luxury. They've been fighting from behind so much this half. And once again, we'll have to bow down and use pistols. It just doesn't feel like, at the moment, Rare Adam are doing a good job of, you know, canceling off options. Clutch are, you know, forcing them away from Banana or forcing them away from brackets, and then just being able to converge on the site. Only times we've seen them hold are when, you know, those initial site players are able to get multi-kills. And, you know, that's something that you can't rely upon every single time. You know, that's the one of the problems with playing so defensive is that to a certain degree you're flying blind.
Yeah, I'm enjoying all the P250 like dinks that Advent is just managing to get. My man is a $300 specialist apparently. Rotation from Mosaic being prepped up. Instead, we'll just be chopping out that smoke. There's a bit of a gap in it, so they can just creep through. The AK being spotted. Mosaic is able to bait them forward. The 5-7 and Mercury as well behind him. Both good for a kill apiece. Unfortunately, the 3-on-3 is still massively disadvantaged. Advent will have to come through and clean up with a P250 in a way which is really not reasonable to expect, but will be achieved regardless. Another kill found. Advent keeps it going. Fifth secure, the triple from the P250.
Gotta say, Advent's been doing a lot for them, hasn't he? You know, just finding so much impact on some of these low buys. Even, you know, when he's had an SMG, when he's had a P250, he's just been very consistent in at least getting his one. But this time, he exceeds expectations. What a marvelous triple kill. You know, running and gunning even making it hard for those rifles to track him down. And that's one of those miracles that might actually salvage this half here for Rare Adam. Look at the Clutch Gaming buy in response. They're down to pistols. They've got an MP5 on news. Best weapon they've got is a Galil, and that is not ideal. Oh. Okay.
P250 goes the other way as well. That's a big boy P250.
Op, meet Deeg. Both insta-kill weapons, but you gotta be more precise on one of them than the other. It's a hard lesson, hard pill to swallow. Mercury as well will not succeed in firing off his shot. He switches back to the M4, and Jamyoung has at least found one right back, but they're swarming in towards this A bomb site. Right now, Advent's too far away from the action. There's only 1-for-1s, and Jamyoung's dropped as well. You're right. These pistols do swing the other way. It's a 1-on-3 now for Advent.
Listen, Advent, I saw you do it with the P250 when they were pushing into you. This is a whole different ball game. You've got $2,700 in your hands, and I don't know if you can handle that much cash. He's going to be trying to go for it at the very least. Is unlikely to really find anything. News coming in from behind as well. Clutch Gaming will find 10 double digits secured in a big way. But the question is, can they do it in the second half? Let's wait to find out. And it's time to find out exactly what Rare Adam has to offer on the T side. We didn't want to be holding it out too much. Clutch Gaming been looking hot to trot, and we don't want to be breaking these horses' legs just yet. Flashbang. Right through middle, finding absolutely nothing. Mercury, though, is knocking on the door right next to it, playing green. Right behind.
His pistol is a necessity. Yeah, you're right on the money. Clutch are still 4 clustered up on A, and that's the wrong shoe to be stuffing. Mosea trying to chase down in towards CT, and Stardust gone, dropped immediately. So the sole defender on this B bomb site being dispatched of does allow a secure plant here for Rare Adam, and the fact that News is already low as well. Not fancying Clutch's chances to come back into this.
Yeah, Cloudon's dead, News is low, they don't have a kit, and the bomb is planted. This is a recipe they probably didn't want to be opening up in the cookbook. Zaya, one of the more pesky ingredients. The question is, can you chop him up, slice him, and dice him, or will you end up in tears as you try and take the knife to him? Yeah, it's the onion treatment. You're left crying.
All right, first piece of the puzzle here for the Rare Adam side. And of course,
I'm sorry, I'm just imagining pieces of puddles now. Just
yeah,
like
I know.
Drops of water.
You know, slip of the tongue, it happens. But this is one of the things we also have to, color this game with, is that Rare Adam, typically when they've, faced off against more international opposition, they've actually been picking into Inferno, which usually places them on T-side starts. So, we've had this conversation before about, how win rates can be sometimes skewed towards a T-side because teams, when it's not their map pick, are more often than not picking CT.
I do think Inferno is maybe the least relevant from those maps in the conversation around it, just because everyone plays it, even if they're not picking it.
Oh,
right?
yeah, bro. Just keep changing the goalposts about that discussion. Whatever.
Well, Aziar, though, with the USB, is at least able to get one ball through the goal. Now, there is Mr. Stardust coming in from behind, waiting with his Zeus. He's got the Khalil as well. Almost time to reset the weapon, but no, not quite there.
Good lad. Can always respect that. Just dove for his 1 kill. And knew he probably wasn't going to get out of there, but hell, that's a great return on investment at the very least. The damage he's done to their economy will ripple, potentially.
As well, 910's body as he is struck through by Mach 10 bullets, a hailstorm of lead coming into his chest. You know what I would love to have with CS2, which I know you'd hate? If for the last player who dies, you had like the option of just having some sort of fatality at like Mortal Kombat fatality-esque replay. Just he's just being bumped through with bullets as his chest
Right,
is
yeah. So
rippling
you
through
want the
backwards.
weird Valorant thing. Yeah, I'm out.
Much more violent than that, though. Like MVP music, but
Yeah, I know. They've basically tried to add like Rocket League goal animations to count to
Oh, really?
first-person
Okay.
shooters. It's
I actually haven't seen that. I was just more thinking that have like a 7 buttons together to get that.
not on my
fatality.
FPS. May as well just add the Fortnite dancing pack.
I've had this conversation. I don't mind that idea if everyone's dead. I like the taunts in Dota. God, that would be. Voice lines is what I'm really sort of looking for, though.
Hmm.
That's.
I don't know
That
if
would be
I'm.
my jam.
I don't know if I have too much of an issue with that, but it is definitely weird considering audio is such a pivotal part of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, just wait for like the round to be over or something, and then you could spam out voice lines.
Mm-hmm.
Like Henry G's voice line, like he's finally done something. Would it be?
Yeah, that would be
Excellent.
pretty. That would be pretty class, actually.
Watch out for Clouden, though. He's getting ready to come in from the side, get a quick jab in, and that might be leading up for a multi. 2 big ones, and leaves Rear Adam on just the 2 little ones left alive.
Yeah, weakens Advent as well very heavily, and he's been a major propellant for quite a few of these more dire rounds, but he'll find nothing, and neither will Mercury. Both getting dropped, and it's really Clouden that gives all that info alongside the couple of kills swinging in from Boiler. He's Fortnite dancing all on top of him, and that's a great round for Clutch Gaming to find already. Their first gun round in their CT side, and they're right back into the swing of things. The money's kind of in a poor spot as well from Roy Adam, and I talked about a little ripple versus the lack of a buy from Clutch, the Zeus having a bit of an impact, but losing casualties like it. You don't have a clean round, then yeah, you're not in a position where you can just instantly snap up into rifles again. Likely a pause from Rare Atom. If they bend the knee here, then Clutch would most likely be allowed up to about 13 rounds. That feels like a little too close to the finish line. You don't feel comfortable with that.
Probably not comfortable with the Mercury not being on the server as well, in all fairness.
Where Mercury doesn't find his kills, Mosea usually does.
I just went for him being literally disconnected.
Oh. Well, yeah, the HUD's not reflected that for me, so that's why I was a little
Okay,
confused.
fair enough. All right. And of course, you've got the fancy pants HUD on. I am Mr. Plebeian.
Yeah, but you are right. He was gone, but he's back.
There you go. Cause and Mercury both, though, on the topic of not being on the server, are not really on the server. 4 and 15 for Kaze, 5 and 15 for Mercury. We haven't really taken too much time out to discuss it, but hardly the performances you want from each of the prospective star players. Oh.
Oh.
Huh? What? Now we've got 6 players on Rear Adam. Okay. We good? We good. You'd hope so.
What? Now I'm still missing a player on the Rare Adam side.
Yeah, you probably just want to refresh because Kami connected in, and then that can wonk things up a little bit.
Oh yeah, it's definitely wonked something. All right.
No, Clutch, now Clutch is. We wonked up the server, guys. We went so well. Okay, listen, we've got some time to kill.
Sure.
So if you had to bring in like an iconic caster call as a voice line, which one would it be for you?
Maybe like oh, and another one would be up there.
Mm.
And he waited.
Inhuman reactions has got to be one, right?
Yeah, I mean, that would certainly be there.
Yeah. Especially because the potential for BM would be insane with that, right? It's like stand in front of the guy for a half second, just kill him after like inhuman reactions.
Yeah, that would be great.
I think the best voice lines are definitely the ones with some potential for BM in there. God, what is going on, man?
All right, we reset.
Tommy's back on the server.
Cammy, get out. Get out, man.
Tommy, you had your chance, okay? When Kazu was sick, you can't have it anymore. I'm sorry. You're out of here. Back in the coach seat.
And they've done, busted my HUD. There's a 5th player on the Adam side.
The joys of production.
You know what? We're going back to bare bones. It'll fix it when it'll fix it when it fixes it, but I'm not having you guys get confused at home.
Well, 910 is going to be the only one to truly contest down middle. He has to be worried about the Deagles on the other side of his AK. And as he will be lining up the peak, it's not even the Deagles. It is, in fact, Mr. Mosey who will be moseying on. So the AK gives it a Mercury as well. So you've got an extra gun to work off of. Clouden is going to be thinking about trying to push through apartments in the meanwhile, while the banana push has to be careful not to get caught off. News will be giving over information very soon that they are already forward facing. It's still another man hidden away. Izia's got a real chance here. Rosea, though, turns around right at the nick of time. Izia could have gotten away with murder.
He started looking. He started peeking to see if he could find 1 or 2 of these kills and then start to activate on the trigger discipline, but that's what gave him away. That's why Mosaic cleared it, but Mercury sussed out over towards Banana. They're still in it with a chance. Clutch, a 2-on-3. They've got kits available. They've got Molotovs as well. That smoke can really help section off and allow Clouden to link up with his teammate, but there's 3 clustered Rare Adam players here for the post plan.
Clouden's already used Molotov at a place where no one exists. Mosaic should get this one for free, and Jam Young is the same. How the cookie crumbles. It really looked like ICR had a chance to turn that entire game around on its head, but unfortunately simply will not be the case.
Yeah, not exactly the round you expect to lose. It was not really a full commitment. You know, they had at least 1 rifle to work off of, another player with armor, but then when they get their hands, they've got that second rifle as a part of it. And then when they reset over towards B, you know, there was a very forward push there from Clutch that ends up coming back to bite them.
Oh, wow, that's a pretty shot.
That's lovely.
Literally needed to getting naded down is maybe the opposite of a deagle kill, but hey, at least it's a 1-for-1.
Gotta anticipate this is a low buy as well from Clutch, given that they've seen the League. Oh, Clouden's pause is not ideal. Jamyoung didn't come out and wasn't exactly fully exposed. 910 will try his best to trade, but will meet the same fate. There is another man on the site, but only momentarily. In fact, this pistol round is just dispatched of rather quickly. There was a nice shot in there from IZR, but aside from that, no real results on these upgraded pistols.
Was it Clutch who did that cool little apartments play with the Molotov that didn't quite spread into the corner? You could have like a Deagle standing behind it on an eco round?
It actually might have been. I'm not too sure.
I just remember it being the playoffs of the previous season. I can't remember exactly what it was.
It might have honestly even been like New Happy. You know, I know it was one of the teams that I think we were maybe not expecting.
I think it was New Happy. I think it was New Happy, you're right. Gap of the smoke, good for the one, and retreat. Mosea's gone and a bit more chugged into the smoke just in case there's anyone landing or standing behind it.
Man down and Banana is all that Rare Adam have. You know, retaking brackets when you're at a deficit can be very dangerous. As they are, will be left somewhat alone. The smoke that's down, the fact they've got this boost up on Stardust, yeah, 1-for-1 is about all that he can muster up. Rotates are coming, but it's all about maintaining the numbers that they still have here on the Rare Atom side to get this bomb down, because they want to try and reset into good post-plant positions. That bomb now down. Spam is decent. Yeah, News almost actually catching Advent straight through that smoke, and a deep smoke will meet them, but Advent's been dropped, and now they have double the numbers, and then they'll use those numbers efficiently. Only the one man that stands in their path, Kaze, cannot put up a better effort on the site. So 12 will be attained here from Clutch. That retake, to a certain degree, I wasn't sure it was going to happen quite so easily, but with all the damage they found through smokes, it ended up being quite simple.
Yeah, they just made it look spectacular. Not really being contested in the slightest, and yeah, Clutch finds themselves up to 12. Rare Atom's money is still going to be absolutely fantastic, courtesy of the bomb plant and the few rounds that they were able to collect upon those. So it is still a contended game. Rare Atom, however, feels like they need to get a round or two on the board very soon, lest Clutch get up to 13, and that is where, in my head, 13 is where you start to worry, right? You're potentially one round away if your economy isn't managed to effectively, or one round away from letting them get to match point, and it's a slightly scary prospect. Decent nades to start things off. News is very low, and Rare Atom will be able to get the kill, but it's Izza on the other side with a Molotov of his own, and an M4 that does a whole lot of damage. Archer's split utility being planned out for the T side as they do center back to A. 910 is going to be a little bit more careful of his position, as he is slightly more worried about someone coming in. Clouden, though, is the one to keep an eye out on, right? He is going to be leading the charge with the smoke dissipating very soon. Should be spotting out the feed as well. Goes inside the smoke, and Jandong is actually expecting the play, but he still ends up on the back foot. Clouden traded out. Regardless, it's IZR again coming in from behind. He has been spectacular on the CT side.
Yeah, just did a good job of being able to lock down their positions. Rare Atom getting a whole load of nothing. Now the reinvestment is not pretty here from Rare Atom. They'll have enough for Molotovs and the like, but they're going to make a couple sacrifices on weapons. Actually, there's actually another AK on the floor. Not as poor as it could have been, but Kaze's had a really rough game. 4 and 19, not what you want from your AWPer, not when 910's been able to get some production already out of his on this CT side, where Kaze had struggled.
I mean, 910 doesn't even need that much, right? But the point is that when Kaze has delivered so little, the bar is very low, and then when the Riflers of Clutch Gaming doing as well as they have, I mean, Stardust on T side, Cloud over here on CT. It is a difficult bar to leapfrog across. Pistols have given success to Rare Atom thus far, though. Maybe this can be another one of those rounds. News peeking forward completely dry. But Clouden getting so much space, he thought that surely I can find someone in the middle there. Doesn't see anyone here. Mosea, however, will be revealing position and opening fire very nicely. Yeah, that's not what you want to see.
Yeah, just about the best timing possible there for Mercury. 910 quick switching, but all they do is that they stop and freeze. They show some presence, and then they cut noise. Clutch re-aggressing right into waiting arms, and Rare Atom picked them apart. You know, being able to find that mid player, suddenly then the contact play in through B. Clutch were caught with their pants down at multiple opportunities. And maybe that's just a little message being sent by Rare Atom that you can't keep getting away with these aggro pushes, because that's really what's helped sort of manage this Rare Atom attack. Clutch are hunting that information, something that Rare Atom themselves were a little shy from doing. Jamyang even finding Clouden, but 910 has found a kill simultaneously. That's not what you want to have happen, though. Should he maintain the...
He will be able to cover off short, though, so they know they don't need to rotate, but while he's flashed off, Advent has just opened up all on his own. The A-bomb side is gone. Advent is looking a little bit uncharacteristic of how he normally plays, I think it's fair to say. And IZR would just rather save than try and go for a pot shot through the smoke. I don't blame him.
He does like going for risks like that, but usually he's got like someone with him. You know, he's usually setting someone else up to get that kill. But yeah, he just kind of took ownership in this round, decided that he'd had enough. That was a cool pop flash on short, but yeah, if they maintained a 4-on-4, then at least the prospect of, you know, stacking the right side or, you know, having someone sort of fish for information later on in the round could actually have panned out for Clutch, even though they were on a suboptimal buy. But as soon as they lose news, it's just so much more difficult. Like, you feel like you have to go for an aggro play. Otherwise, you're just going to cluster up your 3 remaining players on one side of the map and just kind of hope you're either defending the right side or saving. This is not the map to be drawn out in a mad disadvantage. Oh, and there's still so much time left on the clock as well.
Force buying around those weapons is a little bit interesting. They do pull out the 5.7, the CZ, and an MP9 to try and support the initial rifles that they did take forward into this one. And that actually puts them in a position where Adam can and should be equalizing on 13 all. Whether that equalization is realized is a separate question. Mosaic tagged up pretty heavily by the grenade early in. Good damage done by utility, but he is still going to be leaning closer into the smoke. Knows that Stardust is around the corner. Stardust will be found out and brought down. Mosaic to be the one to deliver death yet again.
Oh, that flash was perfect. IZR tried to get ahead of the smoke, and Jamyong even pushing deep through CTs. So each one of these Clutch Gaming players is caught out. We even had scaling flashes for that spawn peak. Really well done in terms of maintaining that pace. And there was a chance there for a 9-10 to somehow slip the net, but Jamyong clears it. Not a single loss from the Rare Adam side. And they're now one behind a Clutch Gaming squad that were looking pretty solid this whole map, but now on CT they're meeting similar struggles. Even though I think they've been doing a better job of sort of mixing up their setups and being a bit more proactive. In some sense, the more proactive peaks have been what Rare Adam have been waiting for.
Yeah, I think with Kansai and Mercury not being maybe on their hottest, it's a lot harder to actually target them on the T side as well, right? Where you are going to have to contend with some of these players regardless. Nice deagle shot from News will make this interesting at the very least. Where Adam will not get it for free. Not the 13-0. They might not get it at all, especially with the push in from the side. Cloudon's gone and found another one. It is a 3-on-2 courtesy of Mosaic and Jamyong, who do keep things honest, but it is still a lot of CTs you have to contend with.
Going to do their due diligence. They could have thrown some of those rifles out, but they're just trying to clutter together so that you can get this bomb down. 9-10's the man on the bomb side. P250 will find nothing. Deke of Stardust is the best weapon they've got, and they're trying to close that gap quick. Jamyong covers. IZR finds one, and Jamyong 2 HP. No, it's caught on the reload. IZR cannot do it. It is so close to a potential overturn from Clutch on pistols, no less. But it's 2 HP is all that Jamyong needs.
Well, uncharacteristic misses coming out from Jamyong. It feels like if there's one player I back up in that angle to just hit those straight tuck-tuck headshots, would be him. But hey, man, recovers it regardless. Puts himself on 31 frags now, so he's clearly been doing some heavy lifting on Rare Adam's side. As he often is the major difference maker to the server. Good nades once again. They will be trying to counter out, but as a boost comes in behind the smoke with Advent spotting out a player. It's not the one he tried to target, but Stardust is meeting his demise regardless. Some shenanigans going on in Banana.
Yeah, Advent's been great at finding kills kind of similar to that this game. Been a man of chaos. And being drawn out like this is obviously not the best position for Clutch. They will play defensive. They still maintain at least some forward presence over towards Banana. These A players are getting wrapped. Flash in. Mercury dodged it, but Mosaic will catch 9-10, and that just leaves very, very out in the open Cloud. And he tried to transition into the site somehow or another, but gets caught out from long. And Rare Adam are the ones that strike first to 14. They overtake. This was... I really didn't think we were going to see Rare Adam come back into this, considering the slow start that we saw from them. That CT side was certainly not one that many will be impressed with, but they're doing a great job of clawing their way back into this game. Clutch, this is I guess one of the disparities we had to sort of outline or anticipated coming into this game, is that in terms of like a skill or experience gap, Rare Adam have certainly way more repetitions than Clutch do, especially as a squad. You know, Clutch having to bring in Clouden back into the roster after... He'd played with Clutch previously, but again, a different iteration of it.
Yeah. I mean, Clouden and News both coming in, right? That's a big change, changing in two of your players.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, replacing both Hashtag and Imagine. Even so, they're not out of it yet. There's still another buy in this tank before it runs dry. No AWP for 9-10, but I don't think that is going to be the difference maker. Well, it comes down to whether or not they choose to get aggressive and find a few kills off the back of it. Mosaic so far has been doing a fantastic job whenever he is lurking back to the B bomb site, even if he's trying to get aggro initially. Once again, dodging out most of the utility. Flashbang, oh no, that is a good amount of damage. He is forced back by the flashbang into a Molotov that was already there. 4 HP meant he really didn't have much to do in that round.
Aggro bracket setup. Smoke that's down, but Clouden dropped. It might have been the bomb spotted. Not sure. It was only for a minor moment, but they're going to still feel like they have to accelerate. Jamyoung caught, and 9-10 still standing his ground. Tag is right back, but News is there to cover. And there will not be any success here on the A site. Only Kaze that remains, and his game has not been the smoothest. 4 kills in 27 rounds. In 28, he won't try for 4 more. He's already moved to save this AWP.
Yeah, doesn't want to be donating that one over to 9-10 for free. 40 seconds we trying to go for the save. There is quite a bit. IZR also in hot pursuit trying to hunt him down. Might be able to find him. He's definitely thinking about going forward. The question is, does he choose T-House or T-Spawn? Even if he chooses... Honestly, there's still plenty of times for Kaze to end up being taken down inside the apartments. But in the meanwhile, IZR is getting a little bit greedy. He's calling out, guys, there's another grenade in T-Spawn. Does anyone want to come get it? Grenades for free, grenades for free. Come on, come on. You know you want them.
Yeah, no one's moving a muscle, huh? He's not really doing a good job of selling this.
There's a reason why he's a Counter-Strike player, not a salesman. Want to be sick with the hands, but maybe not so much with the serpent-like tongue of a salesman. Still low AWP out for Clutch Gaming, and Rare Adam have got money for days, so they are A-OK for the next few rounds. The next few is all they need. Clutch want to be able to get to 15 at first. The initial massive advantage doesn't really give them too much, and now with 4 players on this B bomb site, Mosaic is about to be met with a whole big welcoming party. How many of them can he actually find, though? None at all. Isa comes out on top.
Still setting up to try and take top banana control in some capacity here for Adam. Sure, you lose 1 man, but you still want to show that presence, keep Clutch guessing. Doing a good job of actually capitalizing on open space if Adam have not thrown utility that direction. One lurk smoke over towards an A bomb site. Wow, Molotov actually spreading so much further than you would have anticipated. 13 HP remaining on Jamyoung, and Mercury finding News. I feel like that's the second or third time we've seen that particular fight go the way of Rare Adam. Smoke towards Moto. This will section off Cloud and has to stand tall on the bomb site. Teammates cannot get there in time to help.
Cloud rotating around. Advent is gone. Second one as well will hit the deck. Mercury's demise is guaranteed, and Jamyoung now comes in from the side, fully blinded out for now, so he can't actually go for the wide swings. Clutch. 4 on 2. Rotations en route as well. Where Adam feel like they've got nowhere to go, but with Kaze and Jamyang both finding a killer piece, maybe the journey can once again be finding a crossroads. It is now a 2-on-1 from a 2-on-4. The last man is expected, and Jamyang's anticipation will be perfect.
What a 1-2 punch from Rare Adam. You know, that looked like that round was going to just burn up right in front of their eyes. Cloud in that double kill on the site had a secondary player come in to help him. You know, you could have seen that round very easily falling into the way of Clutch, but they fall to Kaze's AWP. Sure, he's been quiet, but he can still sometimes be deadly. And Jamyang has just been playing a stellar game as well, just so sharp on the headshots. 15 first from Rare Adam. Clutch, this is a map that feels like it might just fall through their fingertips. Clouden might have something to say, though. Mercury turned the wrong way, and there will be a quick kill from Clouden. He's out of there as well. He's been doing a lot in terms of opening and just the consistency, but News has been maybe a bit more a sore spot. Advent's found him as well, still just hanging around in middle, even though Clutch vacated.
By the time Issa comes back over towards the side bomb site, we have to remember Archers was where both the ops were trained in on, so 9-10 will be forced away. Clouden rotating into middle is actually going to be an interesting one. They're going to be able to maybe even catch him off. Kaze was watching for it, but Advent not quite as prescient. You have left behind Jamyang on the A bomb side, and he should be in a position where he can actually suss out 9-10. The only question is who finds who first. Oh no, Jamyang. Greed is not great as he peeks back over into the AWP of 9-10, which is going to be positioned perfectly as well to get another one. Kaze alone, the 1v3. He might have been good on the 1-2 punch, but getting this full clutch out is a bit much to ask for even for him. There's a grenade, there's a Tech 9. He does have the ability to close the distance, but the no-scope up above a 9-10 with all three found.
Yeah, marvelous stuff. And Clutch Gaming are in it to win it. This is their map pick in the series, but we're going to have to see how it all pans out in the overtime, because, hell, it could go either way.
And back into the action we go. Overtime it begins. 12.5k for those of you who are still left wondering. If you're still under a rock, if you've been out of the loop, out of the calendar, out of the game. Now we do it in the middle grounds.
Yeah, into an overtime where Rare Adam were definitely on the back foot for most of this game. Wasn't sure that really we were going to have them pull it as close as this. Hell, even there was a point where there could have certainly been that Rare Adam just to take the whole map away from them. Clutch were in such a great lead to start. Had done a great job of mixing up setups, made it a bit hard to read on the Rare Adam side, and they also weren't getting the most production out of some of the stars that we've certainly been talking about, waxing lyrical for quite some time in Mercury and Kaze. That's where Jamyoung has come into the foray, and we've had some great rounds from Advent as well. So
yeah. Not necessarily the player you're expecting to step up, especially, considering he was kind of exploited over at the RMR.
He has his games though, right? We've always known Advent to have his random game where he'll have 27 kills. Just gets into a real groove, gets real aggressive, which is so uncharacteristic to how Rare Adam play in general.
It is honestly just like the caring father rediscovers his love for metal at a hard rock concert sometimes. Just I'm going to forget the wife and kids for 5 minutes and just headbang. Yeah.
I just find it so perplexing that, especially when we have the best version of Advent in the firepower department is when he's just, kind of crazy, somewhat unchained aggression. And Rare Adam, as a team within the Asia region, are probably the most characteristically defensive team. Is the reason that we don't see them be more aggressive because Advent doesn't have his crazy good games all the time?
Maybe Advent knows the limitations of the aggressive maneuvers, and he's like, well, guys, listen, I don't think we can do this against the best teams. I know my aggression to perfection, and I'm just not going to be able to deliver. Defensiveness now, that's where you guys come in.
We're not always the most palatable.
We might have jumped into the overtime a little bit early.
Yeah, well, it seemed like the players were all ready to go, all ready to get jiggy with it, but here we are staring into News's soul instead, which is, I was kind of ready and rearing to go. Clutch have shown us a pretty solid game. Rare Adam are kind of coming alive a bit.
Yeah.
And this is one of those things. We can, I guess, make the comparison now, because obviously Linvision last season able to make it to ESL Pro League, which is great for them considering the trials and tribulations that they've had themselves. And Rare Adam are kind of in a similar boat where they're missing out on some opportunities. Lin had to go through some soul searching. Expert took us some time away. It's one of those stories where you don't want to lose, have their players sort of lose motivation. But we're back into the swing of things. We're back into the game. Clutch for Adam, 15-15 a pop. So we're resetting everything back to bog standard, not to state of affairs. But Clouden, up to his usual antics, he finds Jamyoung first.
Had to get that kill. It was 9-10, would have been a dead man deading. I've been walking. Jamyoung was looking to explore out the right side stairs of the apartments, but now a 5-on-3. Stardust playing out the close angle with the M4A1 as well. Flashbang is not quite good enough, even if he does get the headshot to help out. Uza is there to cover off. The flash from the T side will not be able to catch him out, and he does back off in time. Now, there are Molotovs available, and they should be using them soon, but Advent right now, yikes, that's not the button you wanted to press. Swaps out the 5 instead of the 4, and now Advent with a full blinded Iser as well. Won't be able to bring it back to a 2-on-2. Kaze inside the Molotov taking so much damage. That might be a little bit risky had there been any spam to come through. A 9-10. Popping up the secondary Molotov out the other way out as well. Advent position has been sussed out, and he will be able to back off to safety. The flashbang in should be setting up and lining up for that Molotov. Now 9-10 will be able to clear out, and it's a double new box setup to potentially come through. Kaze is up on the other side, is immediately decapitated in 9-10. Well, to give Advent the same fate of death. Yeah,
great read. As soon as they threw that Molotov and no one came out dark, they understood exactly where the players were going to be positioned. New box and pillar. Could have been double new, but not to be. Very, very hard positions to hold as well when shots come in so sharp from your CTs. You kind of feel like you have to fight just to defend each other. Very solid retake from Clutch all in all. Want to see something a little quicker, perhaps. You know, Clutch were mixing up pace
Yeah.
quite frequently. Radom have not been doing that too frequently themselves.
Except for the maniacal Advent rounds.
Yeah. And we've seen the benefits of, you know, playing faster at the start of the round and then maybe even pumping the brakes in the mid-round moments. That's where Clutch have actually overextended into waiting arms a couple of times over.
As the cartoonish screeching stop.
Yeah, they just drifted out a little bit.
You don't drive at all, right, Michael?
I do not.
Okay. Otherwise, I was going to ask you if you've ever drifted a car.
I've been in a car that's drifting.
Okay. How was that experience for you?
It was actually awesome. It was in a Lotus Elise.
Wow. Okay, there you go. Well, 9 tons drifted out of the server right now. As he's trying to turn around and back off, the grenade discovers him, bumps him off track. Loudon spotted out a hit, but guess my man is not a booty person. Jam Young will be able to get away and actually get the kill as well. 5 on 3, now 4 on 2 as another trade over the B bomb site will materialize. Isa and News, the only ones left standing.
Overtime, so going for this retake, it's always on. IZR taken out of the round, and, well, I say it's always on. It might now be called off for News. Oh well, what can you do? 3 survive, and, you know, just bursting onto the scene over at B. You know, not able to hold their respective spots, and just kind of bleeding out. The extra rotate didn't quite get there in time to do too much. It's a little simple, but simple is beautiful sometimes as well.
Especially back in the day before he changed his hairstyle. Yeah, I agree.
Why hitting on the man's hair?
I didn't say it's bad. I just thought back in the day you used to be a little bit.
It ain't my choice. No curtains are a choice, but he's still my goat.
True. The GOAT candidacy does not depend on hair. Otherwise, we would have Twists be much higher up in the list.
Yeah, what? Is Crim's out of the GOAT category just because he ain't got
Listen,
none?
I feel like we're forgetting that it's overtime right now, but we might come back to that later on. Clouden with the double found. Stardust. Playing close again. Remember, this is the same position where IZL was earlier on as well. Mosea trying to jump around the corner. There is a grenade to slow them down even further. Advent will be eliminated. Kazi on the other side and off with a 1v2, but none found at all. 3 coming out from Stardust.
Yeah, that 3v3 was going to be very difficult for Radom to sort of break into because of how forward they aggressed over towards Banana. So great job that Stardust is able to collect on so many frags there. There is a light at the end of this tunnel. They were struggling a bit on CT side, but able to get those 2. Those rounds are worth their weight in gold. We're back into a half where Radom weren't the most engaged. You know, it took them a while to actually get a few more rounds under their belt, but let's see if they learn some lessons and are able to take those lessons forward into our overtime, because it's been some time since we've seen them on the defensive side.
Mercury had started to look a little bit better as well on the T side. Maybe now with his aim starting to pick up, it will be a slightly more difficult pathway forward.
But I mean, you consider like the one of the last few rounds that they actually got was Advent, you know, killing people with a P250 on the bomb site with 3 kills. You know, those are miracle rounds.
Like I said, now Mercury is getting better. Hopefully, you don't need the miracles.
Yeah,
that's all I can say. Were they looking rough on their CT side? Yep, absolutely.
it's just not colored any other way than they need to show a different version of themselves, because the earlier version didn't quite cut it, so they need an update.
They need to get good, apparently. Paraphrasing that. I'm not saying that.
And I
Setup on
definitely
the bomb side should be pretty decent, though. Coming out over here as the apartments pump is being planned. You do have a nice little crossfire. Jamyang swings that only to be eliminated. Mercury on the other side stays alive. The flash is good, but only good for one. Kaze as well picks up another. And once again, it is trade central. 2-on-2 in the post plant.
Yeah, so hectic on that bomb site, and now that they're into this 2-on-2, smoke down, they're trying to bleed forward, and they've sectioned off that player inside of the pit. 910 can't support. In fact, Mosea finds him round that smoke. Headshot's immediate. News at the back of the bomb site knows exactly where he is, and he'll dodge the flash successfully. News had lost track of him, thought he might just still be dancing inside of the util, but not to be. It's a tying round, and the first round out of the second half of the overtime. Rare Adam on the board with a CT retake.
I thought when Jamyang went down over there, it would have been such a difficult round, but Kaze's flashbang was fantastic. One of the things you can always say about Kaze is even if he's not hitting his shots, his utility is always going to be on point. He's had a lot of flash assists, and I can actually check and tell you how. Never mind, it doesn't work in overtime. I feel silly now. But he has had a lot of flash assists. I'll give you that. So Mercury's double heavily attributed over to him. And then great retake coming up from the B-side boys.
Open out of control will be attained here from Clutch, throwing a lot of util early. Advent is still holding around, and he's been actually, you know, peering in at later timings, especially if they put down that front entrance to B smoke. Sometimes he's phased it, he's caught players off. Gotta keep them guessing slightly. We are getting a version of Advent Unchained on this map, but none of the squad are really joining him in his adventures. A lot of delaying utility available here for Rare Adam on B, because they know Banana has been compromised, and 910 will even rendezvous with the Clutch Gaming squad to attack this side of the map. Though they will leave Clouden on his lurk, and he has been dangerous in these apartments.
Yeah, he's been absolutely deadly. Both sides of the coin. CT and T. Kaze, however, this time will be finding him dead, not deadly. And with Advent having a smoke and a Molotov, this is going to be getting tricky. He's heard the rotation backwards. He's got full information. But the question is, are Clutch Gaming going to be committing regardless? There's no rotation backward from Rare Adam. There's a short smoke out as they're trying to breach in through arches. Could still be a B-ramp plan. Now Rare Adam are left guessing. That's exactly what will be coming through. Mercury has to pick up the pace and pick up the pieces, but instead he'll be shattered into pieces in the beam. While Stardust is also able to push forward, Advent found out and brought down. This very quick decision to re-navigate in through has given them a whole lot of dividends.
Yeah, cutting it close. They surely were, but able to break through. But Banana now being attempted to be moved through. There's a bit of trespassing here from Rare Adam. This what used to be T-side ground, but now smoke into the coffins. Jamyang trying to lead the way for Kaze's ult to come in right behind him. 910 already posted on the angle, but has to duck into dark. Teammates separated. They're in construction, but 910 don't need no help. Jamyang's been found, and Kaze only left to salvage together last kills on an exit, but not to be. It's an 18th here for Clutch, and that is a hell of a call to make. You can see how confused Rare Adam were about it. All those smokes that bloomed over towards the archers, They were scrambling to try and help that A-bomb site. Little did they know that the intended target was where they'd actually set up those 3 men on the stack. Just not the way that they had expected.
That was absolutely fantastic. Mercury not being able to find any of those kills, though, was a big deciding factor to the round going the way it did. Otherwise, Advent's in a better position as well. He's got more information and everything. Mercury, unfortunately, not good for even a single.
Advent also missed his kills. You know, he actually could have played a lot more defensive inside of CT, but he took the speedway peak and he missed his shots. You know, that's a couple of players that had chances to disrupt the plan there for Clutch that just missed their opportunity.
Last night, Stardust feeling significantly worse for wear. Molotov goes in a bit deeper though. Stardust will be segmented off from News, who is forced to cheat past the flames initially. As now comes out the peek forward. Remember, Mosea was able to wreak some serious havoc on the B-bomb side when he was trying to push forward on the T side. Would be nice to see if there is someone on the other side who could do the same.
just spots that are just not conducive to hunting for information. And we saw the proactive nature of players like News and Clouden, which sometimes was punished by a waiting rare Adam in mid-rounds, but there's no one that can even look for that on this CT side. Best they've got is Kaze peering in with his AWP, but has missed the timing. There is a bit of exposure towards CT, and they may try and perform a wrapping play once again, this time with more players on the entrance to B.
Mercury once again will be the one who has to try and stop this from happening, but instead he's caught out completely. Will be given a chance to reset. Mosea good for 1, 2, and 3. Big frags found, and the 2 players coming in from behind are too far off. The bomb cannot be planted. Rare Atom are going to guarantee a second overtime.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. You know, Rare Adam almost get caught out by it again. Mercury none the wiser about the play that was happening in those archers. Even though it had been exposed for so long, they were double short. That has to be something that's accounted for by Rare Adam. They could have certainly been soured by it, but yeah, great kills from the boost in CT. That's you know, that's the one thing that they couldn't afford to have happen on the Clutch Gaming side, so. Definitely feel like we're seeing quite a few, you know, mistakes from Rare Adam that I don't think is usually how Inferno plays out for them. You know, I think we've talked about it before, where when we've looked at them versus other Asian teams, it feels like Advent actually usually just has like a great read on the macro of what's happening on the map, even though sometimes they are flying a little blind. Like they'll hear one molly, one flash somewhere and just go, okay, yeah, they're gonna go for this. And they usually have like very good stacks. But, you know, even when we looked at the RMR, that was something that we didn't see that much of. You know, that didn't feel like the style of Counter-Strike that Rare Adam were trying to implement even. They were staying very true to 3-2 splits on bomb sites.
To be honest, I don't want to be reading into this too much, but I do feel like maybe Advent himself might have lost a little bit of confidence in that calling style of his own. That's why we can see those wild adaptations coming through and whatnot as well. That's why you can see some slight discomfort in how a few of these players are playing. Not to say that, you know, missed shots are missed shots, right? It doesn't matter if you're playing a different style or not. So standing in place, you should be landing a few of those. But I do think that this is a tipping point for Rare Adam, where I wouldn't be surprised if they try to drastically change, because they've now missed, 3 RMRs in a row where they haven't made it to the major. Or everything else does not matter anywhere near as much, right? Like, Pro League is very prestigious, but maybe Cologne, Katowice, and the majors are still the biggest events imaginable.
Hell, you could say 4. You could say 4 majors that they missed, because, you know, Rio got cancelled in 2020. Yeah. And Tyloo were set to go because of the way they won the regional major ranking points. You know, the system was very different back then. But yeah, even though they've been the better team, you know, they've somehow missed out on all these chances. Now they've certainly lost that title, I feel like, as well. The Mongols firmly at the top of Asian Counter-Strike. I don't think there is much doubt about that now.
Is trying to close the distance in from behind the smokes, and Banana will end up being punished for it. Great flashbang, Kaze is a dead man, and that leaves the A-bomb side very vulnerable. Mercury to move to reinforce, and as he starts to move forward, Clouden will be discovering him. Jamyang feels a little bit worse for wear as well, with a few bullets in his head.
Yeah, God, there's so much aggression all over the map. You know, a player holding for a deep banana push, you know, attacking the archers simultaneously, then creeping up short, and none of the Rare Adam players could win their fights respectively. Clutch got in their face, and maybe weren't prepared for that kind of pace. Again, transitioning back into these CT side rounds where Clutch have, you know, for that first overtime where we saw them on T side, they were playing it a bit slower. Uh-oh.
Oh, indeed.
Positive reinforcement there on Azir, a little slap on the back.
You didn't have to do it with a knife. You could do it with your hand, but hey.
They're not online.
Good job, Shank. Well, Lop is able to strike through Rare Adam. lining up nicely for the 19th, and let's Clutch Gaming bring together a big old 3v5. It's ICR to try and aggress forward, see if he can catch anyone off. It is going to be Mosaic, however, who puts a stop to it all.
Yeah, we were talking so much about how Jamie has had a great game. Mosaic overtook him in the overtime, and now this is the round where he finally does it. He was on his heels, and now he's up to 35. In these OTs, it has been really these three players on the side of Adam that have been propelling them forward.
Pretty much for the entire series, honestly, not even just OTs.
Well, it's only the first map, so...
It's a long one.
It is definitely a long one. But Kaze's been having more involvement. The fact that he's able to get, a few kills on the CT side where he struggled in regulation is definitely worth its impact. If you were going to see Kaze finally come online in the server, overtime is exactly where you want to have it happen, considering he's been somewhat absent from this map. Him and Mercury alike have been able to get their contributions in.
Advent's been going for a very similar Molotov consistently over. And very early on into the round I've seen, actually, he's been using it largely around the 115 to 105 mark. And the second one is saved for the late round instead. They want to make sure that Banana is not completely uncontested in the mid-round without actually having to reveal any bodies there. Clouden. Sheep forward. Kaz has been spotted. The shot's been missed. He's going in pursuit. Clouden finds Kaze. With that, it opens up the B-bomb site to attack from behind. Mosaic. This is out on a chance to at least take care of what's in front, and Stardust can just continue forward. Advent's demise guaranteed. And a 5-on-3. Clutch Gaming once again putting themselves in the lead. At least that's what you think so. Unless a big old 2v5 is pulled out, which is just going to happen.
Yeah. And Clouden will secure it as well. A Jamyang 1v5. I mean, why not give it a good old swing, good old college try. Pulls right into 910's AWP. Great timings. I think a great understanding of what is likely to happen as well from Adam. As soon as Clouden got that kill into towards the arches, they found Mercury, or I guess it was Mosaic with the secondary ult. It is Mosaic, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Mosaic with that secondary ult. He started moving away from CT almost as soon as that kill came in. They waited that half second, and as he was starting to rescind his position towards the top side of Banana, just able to do so much damage. We'll wait to see what the future holds. Once again, Clutch Gaming have an advantage coming out of the first half of this overtime. We are in OT number 2. It's all about just getting the last couple of rounds together. Target is 22, and there's still a way in which Rare Adam can close this out here and now. They need to be flawless here on this T side, where they definitely had the majority of their success. Both teams have been more T-sided on this map. But see if Clutch throw in a couple of different looks. They've been the more aggressive side as far as their defenses are concerned. Molotov in towards Banana, but Mosaic plays close to the half wall, and Stardust caught by the flash. ICR as well will meet the same fate. It's a double headshot, a double entry. This B-bomb site completely pried open, and Mercury still trying to run distraction. Eventually sussed out. Sure, it's 3-on-3, but they're able to get this planted nice and early before Clutch are in great positions to really come back into it.
Rare Adam. So many Molotovs as well. It's going to be so hard to actually move past this utility. Advent with a smoke and a Molotov has no reason to just contest and continue to do so. Clutch Gaming, honestly, at this point, it doesn't feel like they've got a way back into it. Sure, there's a single Molotov from 910, but maybe it's just a little bit too hard to actually get in position to use that. This deep CT smoke is proving to be so much of a nuisance. News being the one to push forward, but they're bumping into each other inside of the smokes as well. They're not doing themselves any favors whatsoever. And Rare Adam taking a 40.
Yeah, they just got that double entry so fast, and they had so much util, and you saw how awkward that was. You were right. They were just completely stopped in their tracks because of these deep smokes, all the deep Molotovs. And yeah, ultimately just getting a whole load of nothing on that retake. And it's hard to not argue for that retake when we're, you know, MR3 12.5k. You've got the money available to you so long as you're not buying and investing in double up setups, especially. An opportunity to get to 21 for either team. Wolves have one at a match point. 9-10 taking some tag damage via the spam. I was successful in at least getting one of those to connect. I think it was a headshot. And so it scared 9-10 off of the peak. You know, players, when they've got numbers in their name, I'm always concerned that, you know, they want us to say 910, but...
No, listen, man, I'm not giving him that much leeway.
It's like when 100 Thieves came out.
Yeah.
We were saying 100 Thieves. It's like, no, it's 100 Thieves.
No, actually, it's not even 100 Thieves, which is the dumbest thing. It's just 100 Thieves.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Well, then, there you go. I was
because it just
wrong
makes
on
no
both
grammatical
counts, actually.
sense. Well, if it makes you feel any better, it's impossible to say 100 Thieves. As someone who is a non-native speaker, I can tell you it is really hard to break grammatical constructs that you're used to. It's like, oh yes, 100 Thieves.
Well, that wasn't the silent.
Down low.
That wasn't the silent drop by Jamyoung, but no one's within earshot anyway, so they don't know. They didn't hear the mistake.
Only he knows.
20 seconds though.
This is looking a little bit impossible. Stardust has to find the skills, but Mosaic, first one starts off nicely. Stardust trying to push through the smoke will get nothing whatsoever. And despite the time being as low as it is, Rare Adam will finally be able to put themselves onto map point.
This felt like a map where you almost had to deal with Rare Adam right here and now. Clutch came into this game so hot, but Rare Adam were given time to warm their own engines. And Muse isn't even really contesting for it. Clouden was the only one really attempting this retake. They needed one player to save. That was the problem. See, the money for 9-10 is not in a great spot. So they will accomplish that at the very least, but at what cost? You said map point already accomplished. This is only the first map in the series. Nuke would be the next up. That's a selection of Rare Atom. Wonder what Clutch will say. Do we get more Clouden apps shenanigans? Or is that something that's already too much accounted for by Rare Adam? We saw the spamming from Advent in the previous round. Dinked up 9-10 to low HP. Clouden does insert himself inside the boiler. And Smolly, yeah, smoke took a long time to bloom and save Kaze, so he took a lot of damage.
Not fading too healthy out there. Oh, yikes. Mercury. Not fading too healthy either. Fortunately, they do have Mosaic hitting 40 with that great frag. Flashbangs avoided. 9-10 to refrag and retreat. Now there is no one, remember, over on short. They did have only 2 players setting up for the A-bomb site, so all these flashes and molotovs forward means that 9-10 have got no company.
What?
Still good for another one. No scope connects, and with the flashbang running at the T-side players who are proceeding forward, I think Mercury was completely flashed while 9-10 was making his way back over to the bomb site. 2-on-3 retake. Clutch need this one, or else it's good night, Inferno.
IZR is coming in on a flank from Banana and in through middle, but it's something that should be accounted for. In fact, his teammates smoked him off, and I don't know if that might drop their guard. Jamyoung's still clearing for it. He's shy of 40 as well by 4, but there's only 2 more players to find here for Clutch. They're just not getting a whole lot of room. They're not being given the duels. They're just running in. IZR dropped. Mercury will find him, and now it's just news. A 1-on-3 with that bomb already too far ticked. Jamyoung drops him, and it will be a map won by Rare Adam. This is Clutch pick that, you know, I thought for sure they would close that one out, but it's just not always meant to be. You know, you can have good starts, but you've got to finish well as well.
Yeah, they looked really good when you're starting things offshore, absolutely. But the CT side was just an absolute struggle. If not for Cloud making a move over in departments, like you mentioned, that seemed to be one of their big win conditions. IZR wasn't able to offer all that much over the same way, and the News versus Mosaic/Mercury fight was just going so poorly on their CT side. A few of those fights were just consistently in Rare Adam's pocket, and despite them getting map point upon map point, they couldn't close, and Rare Adam come through in the first one they are able to make too.
Yeah, it's strange because I feel like the ideas for Clutch actually looked like they were doing a better job at sort of mixing things up. You know, we saw these Arch B splits, we saw, you know, these nice convergences on the A side, where it felt like instead for Rare Adam's T side, they were just punishing aggressive maneuvers very frequently and then just moving themselves to the right side of the map. So, you know, two different win conditions for two very different squads.
Yeah, Mosaic was having an absolutely fantastic time in the server on those punish picks, like you mentioned, just getting so many frags out over into Banana, over into Arches as well, even pushing into CT spawn a couple of times and getting a quick double kill there. There was some great stuff from him in particular. But that being said, we have to wait to see whether or not Mercury and Kaze will be activated come map 2. Nuke will still be a tough time for them if Clutch will continue to perform in the way they have been so far. This is not a guaranteed 2-0 if it wasn't obvious from the 40+ rounds that Inferno did end up going to. We're going to be back after a short break to find out where Nuke leads us.
Don't speak for a couple of weeks. I'll be in his place till he calls and says he's sorry. This situation's on repeat, just like a scratch on a CD. It just gets deeper when you hit rewind. How many nights will you make this decision? Lights and tears and it's blurring your vision. That you take when you're sick of crying all your tears away. Is that all I am? All I want is for you to be happy. You know this ain't healthy. Do I make you happy? best, I'm good for you, but I'm still not enough. You wanna be done with him, you're stuck with him, 'cause you don't have the guts. And after all I've done, I'm still not enough. Still at your place, trying to make it okay. These miles away, I'm left here and you said that you just need someone caring for you. When will you see me more than your rescue?
There's fire in the atmosphere, moving in synergy. This electricity, the power of the pioneers, tearing through history. This is our destiny. We are the power. We are the change. We are the pioneers of paradise and babe. We push you louder like hurricanes. We are the pioneers. We are the pioneers.
Close affair doesn't even seem to begin to describe what happened in Inferno. It was very much back and forth until Rare Adam were finally able to get themselves onto map point in the end of the second overtime and then closing it out nicely. MT time. Joined by Michael Yumi Cassidy as we head into map number 2 of the ESL Challenger League Season 45 regular season. Rare Adam versus Clutch Gaming. Nuke to pick up off Rare Adam as they look to try and close out in just the 2 maps, but it will be the lower bomb site that is swiftly populated by the CTs as well. Clouden good for 1, Clouden good for 2, Clouden will finally fall.
Good stuff from him, considering it was a bit of a slow rotate in from ramp, but Champion also ends up kind of empty-handed. These ramp players able to find so much success. Advent a dink, but will not finish off his frag. Clutch Gaming able to actually counteract that fast dive through those vents. I thought the ramp players wouldn't get there to actually deal with it or prevent a plant, but Rare Adam, yeah, surprisingly don't get too much from that.
I am also just coming to terms with the realization, Michael, that I am going to be casting Nuke off the default radar and not the double layered one, so I'm about to be tested.
All right, just don't think too hard about it. You also have the freedom to like check the numbers. You know, you can do your own observing to a certain degree when you have doubts.
There's a reason why I'm a commentator and not a caster. Oh, what?
Wait,
I'm not an observer, not an observer. Oh no, maybe I shouldn't be a commentator either.
It's like, wait a second, now it does the same thing.
Oh. Long range dings, but it's 9-10 and news to come out on top. Rare Adam, as much as you might be thinking Nuke is a CT-sided map, remember, Rare Adam is probably a T-sided team on this map. I am curious to see whether Advent wants to continue his maniacal assertions into a different map that is not Inferno, but let's wait and find out.
Yeah, it is kind of wild, right? You know, we've seen against some top teams, hell, even against not top teams. I remember Renewal being able to beat them on this map as well, right? You know, we've had Rare Adam get upset on this map a few times, but you know, I think that the CT side has been more the issue. You're definitely right on that mark. Kaze, what a shot. I mean, he was partial blinded. He tried to get his way over towards Secret, and Kaze didn't wait around, didn't mince his bullets. A little cross, and Jamyang does take a tag. He wasn't even the one that initially made the noise, but he's the one that gets ringed in the back. I mean, this is a very hard position to play out here from Clutch. No one's made their move towards the lower side of the map. You have Mercury and Jamyang already perusing that area. The only problem for Rare Adam will be about how these players actually link up with them, whether they attack ramp or if they'll even be given the opportunity, because Cloudon's been very proactive in prior rounds. May not wait for the aggression to come to him.
Double swing being planned out. Wants to be sure that he's got the quick switch ready on the USB as well. As Mosaic crouch peeks forward, it is crouching into the grave. Flashbang will do absolutely nothing. A re-smoke means that it is just Cloudon's territory that he is still looking to gain more of, encroaching into T side. It should be another 2 freebies awarded to him. Not quite able to catch the timing on Advent, but that's IZR to come through and pick it up from inside the bomb side. Second kill, maybe. Jamyang has been tagged. The grenade won't be doing him any favors. And he does move out, picks up the bomb, and fortunately Stardust is right next to them, so finds him through the smoke.
Yeah, and well handled as well. I mean, these 3 kills from Cloudon. He has really been a major propellant, you know, one of the newer additions. And I remember when we first got to sort of catch Clutch in the playoffs last season, you know, wasn't expecting too much from any of the players that we know hadn't really seen too much of. You know, I think Hastika was definitely the one that we were talking about a lot because of the rumors about him joining the Mongols, which ended up becoming true. And Hastika, like, majorly overperformed. I don't think Cloudon, you know, statistically in previous teams has been, like, a real, like, major standout player. He's had, obviously, good moments. He's always, I think, hovering above, like, a 1.0 rating. But, you know, he's really just been a complete nuisance when it's come to dealing with it on Rare Adam. In fact, he'll just finish off a whole damn ace against pistols. He didn't move a muscle, and he just found every single head.
I think flexing does count as moving, Michael, because he was flexing the muscles.
It's just crazy to think like how crisp both Hastika was in like the later part of Clutch was for them, even though he wasn't like a crazy fragging player. Now Cloudon as well is just like, yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna take control of maps.
To be honest, I do think Clouden was definitely someone who slipped the net consistently. He looked like he was one of the better players on every team he was actually on. It's just his team never found so much overall success.
Yeah, I guess.
And it did feel like he was one of those players. Jam Young, nice kill found. 9-10 is a part of the drive-by. Jam does like to go for that peak very often. Just try and find ground back to hell. And with that, such a damn nuisance by Clouden is just faster.
Yeah, this is just the thing. It's, you know, it's like this. He's never been touted as like a superstar, but like the way that he's been playing, he actually is making like some very. These are the types of plays you want superstars to make.
How old is he? I'm gonna check this up right now. He's 22. That's not bad. You know, that's definitely. He's still got another 3 years of potential superstardom to come through if he ends up being a late bloomer. News moves through for one, but it is Stardust who's the one to bring it right back to a 2-on-2. Kazi and Mosaic both being as low as they are makes this a whole lot trickier. Unfortunately for Aziar, he has overlooked the sideline. Stardust drops the bomb though, and that should be the round there and then, unless Mosaic can just get a crispy shot through. Stardust, does he realize Mosaic is right back over the corner? Seems to be aware of that idea, and another quick adjustment is all you need.
Yeah, I mean, great recognition there from Stardust. As soon as he loses his teammate, you know, preventing them from wrapping back into those vents, he was just hot on their heels. You know, Kaze had to be lightning fast, and his little legs couldn't carry him fast enough away from the dust of the stars. 5-0 start here from Clutch, and it's really proving to be a bit of a struggle here for Rare Adam to come out ahead in these duels. You know, you look at the kills on their side, they've got 6 between them.
Advent is not sure about what wall of smokes that they actually want to throw. So the first one is down, and it is bloomed a full 8, maybe 9 seconds before the second one is going to land. So this is going to be a rough crossing. He doesn't go for the full Fanatics. Instead, he goes for the more default split. Interesting. Might come back to discuss that later on. News, however, man to be discussed here and now. Molotov does at least give him one posthumously, but that is actually the bomb that he dropped initially. Stardust can cover off as well. Advent and Jamyoung. Last one's left alive.
Trade. Oh, and a double here from Jamyoung. Gets his hands on an AK. He's got bomb, and he can actually reset over towards that A bomb site. They have to consider that as well on Clutch. Decon door open, so a little bit of an inkling that it should be the lower side, but 910 still committed towards heaven, and I don't think Clouden quite realized that Jamyoung was on his side of the map. Jamyoung clearing for the fight, but Clouden's too sharp. 12th kill for him, and he's averaging a double every round. Rare Adam cannot get anything on the board. They haven't even been getting plants.
So in the previous round, Advent actually started off throwing what looked to be, you know, the 3 smokes from the single point. I just call that Fnatic diagonals, where one player just smokes up all 3 of the diagonal wall. But instead, he decides to go into the traditional 2 smoke for the secret cross, and that delays their crossover quite a bit. I wonder what the reasoning behind that was. Now, Advent trying to accelerate through. They will be getting that first entry. A bomb site has been found wanting, and it will continue to want a little bit more defense.
Well, after the slaughter in the opening 6, it feels like finally Rare Adam have broken through a 5-on-3 that Clutch Gaming aren't even considering. They're spread out, they're already saving their weapons. When you lose the A site so rapidly, it is kind of like losing B on Inferno. You just feel like you're too separated. Suddenly you have to really position yourself to make any of this utility work. They even boosted Jamyoung Heaven as well to siphon off rotates, so had they gone, it could have been a little dangerous. 1 kill on the exit, but News loses his life. Getting out and saving that gun was the priority, but Rare Adam will certainly take what they have been given. First round, a nice change of pace and hyper-aggressive. Clutch just couldn't hold their spots, couldn't hold topside.
When you look over towards the kills on Clutch as well, it is kind of nuts just to see, oh yeah, 3, 3, 6, 7, 12.
Yeah.
I know it's slightly inflated because of the anti-half by Ace, but that in itself is nothing short of impressive. Maybe the call just is dodge out from ramp, don't face off against Cloud. Chance maybe found from Mosaic. Jamyang is accelerating. He's been great at finding these picks, but News has got one before he goes down. In 9-10's position is unexpected. Kaze tagged up through the wall as well. And a second shot with the USP connecting later on brings him down to just a 20.
They didn't realize someone was already down so deep. You know, 9-10 was consistently firing off bullets, and the only reason they get the information is because a Molotov and a smoke now greets Clouden in at ramp. Kaze, open plant, that Molotov protecting him from the left side peak. 3-on-4, and they're clustered up. It's only a ramp assault for this retake.
Yeah, these flashes are going to be doing some wonders to delay them. A second this smoke goes down, it will just be Mercury to try and defend up against literally everyone. Mercury has to put up a showing of a lifetime. Right now, though, can't find anything. Deep damage dealt. It's Stardust to take down Mercury. And as Mosaic repositions backwards behind the smoke, Cloud's already ready to try and close it down. Kaze, not the best of positions to try and deny the bomb plant. And with Clouden covering it off, it will not be any questions asked whatsoever. 7th round secured for Clutch Game.
Yeah, Clouden came to the realization that he should be the one to tap it, considering he didn't have the kit, so just kept his wits about him, kept his gun prepared. And yeah, because the players were so low HP, Rare Adam felt like they had to be a little bit more cheeky about how they approached that post plant. Like you said, it had to be really Mercury that succeeded, but without him finding too much, you know, only one kill a pop. Clutch had the numbers to trade out. Outside smokes, this time it will be a leaning wall. Wow, great kill there from News. Had been punished previously by Kaze for the same cross. But no one will actually make use of those walls, that wall of smoke outside for Rare Atom. As soon as Jamyang's dropped, Mercury's the last man that kind of holds down that sort of territory, but he's one-waying the smoke. Clouden 1-for-1 in at ramp, and already one that's super close. I have no idea how Mosaic has got here while they just dealt with Clouden. 9-10, yeah, just caught out by Mosaic, already so advanced. I literally have no clue how he got there.
Clouden must have been flashed initially or something like it, and then in the meanwhile, Mosaic just cheats spots, but there's no other real possibility for it. Mercury, however, despite Mosaic's sneaky beaky antics, is still going to be found out, and that is the advantage delivered to Clutch once again. 3-on-2, players not quite on the right bomb side for the CTs, but even setting up for a retake should not be the worst thing in the world. It is Stardust in a pretty solid position to recover and reclaim the A bomb site from heaven. 35 seconds, and they should start to suss it out soon, though.
Such a deep angle from Stardust as well. So, yeah, they won't quite get a sight line in until this bomb is down. Not unless IZR is fast through to main and Rare Adam take too long. They're not giving themselves a whole lot of wiggle room. They're still so concerned about the potential of a lobby reaggress, and Stardust has actually revealed his hand. Mosaic back in the bomb site finds IZR, and now suddenly another player left to find. News in from those vents, doesn't quite make that rotate immediately, and now Mosaic none the wiser. Where on earth is he coming from? High ground taken, and News is caught jumping. Mosaic took the fight straight up, and it's a critical clutch for a second Rare Adam round.
Fortunately for them, it also comes in with Clutch Gaming's money being completely reset. Stardust is the only person with any sort of economy at all. 8,800 is what he's got on him. Will be able to drop a couple of rifles as well. So Rare Adam, despite the incredible struggle that they have faced so far, are in position to start bringing it back on their team side. You know, just if they win this round, 5 should be pretty much guaranteed there and that.
It's a big if, considering Rare Adam has been very hit or miss in these rounds, and 9-10 already cuts them down. So much damage onto these players, even transitioning the vent. Mercury barely surviving, but they do get down and with the bomb.
Problem's going to be 9-10 on the outside angle. He actually ends up phasing backwards in from Secret. So Rare Adam with Kaze and Mosaic both trying to lurk in from outside for a late hit and catching off rotations. Might be still in a good position. 9-10, though, is about to catch off one of them. Just complete knife out running forward. 5-on-3 in the retake, about to be turned into a 5-on-2. Clouden's got the frag easy, does a defuse as well, is just close behind. Jamyang, good for 1, make it 2. Around the corner comes 3, and he's just not ready for IZR. 8 will be secured for Clutch Gaming, and the must-win for Rare Adam has become an instant loss.
Yeah, this was exactly what I was concerned about. You know, they try to go for an accelerated pace, and just having an extra rifle there on the clutch side. 910 did the most. You know, only a couple of kills, but he got all the information. He weakened them up for a lower side hit. He was very fast on his rotate down towards those secret steps that ultimately got him another free kill. Just superbly done. They've got another one loaded in the tank. We're at him another buy. More rifles, and they'll try and go for it once again. This will be the instant leading wall, the one that you were talking about before. Good smoke will be very delayed in its assembly, but shouldn't be too much of a concern for Rare Adam. They can still allow Mercury to try and perform his duties, running interference. Considering all those resources, still Clutch have not been convinced that lower is actually under attack.
Use's positioning is going to be such a big problem for them. ICR's also got a Molotov even now left ready for HUD if they want to deliver that one in. Muse can try and push through from behind the smoke as well. Clouden is lining up for that flashbang to try and pop him in. And ICR, that Molotov gives up the entire jig as they start to move fast. They smoke it as well. ICR knows they're about to come over. Mosea, quick headshot, looking for more. Does spot out Clouden, but decides not to contest. Might be a wise decision with how hot this man's hand has been. On outside, though, it's Kaze. I mean, his death once again to 910's hands. News, opportunity found, but not capitalized on. Still able to recover a potential loss deal.
All about whether Mercury can actually stop them from rotating in too successfully. One kill is good. 910 already siphoned, and Jamyoung as well holding for decon. Stardust is still caught up inside the vents, but Clouden has been a big man to find in from ramp. He struck again, and a 2-on-2 that Stardust catches Jamyoung just trying to transition to safer angles. Mercury, last man standing. There is a kit available on Stardust, and he might just want to stick it. Clouden's had the sharpest of hands, and he's going to put full faith that he has him completely covered, but Mercury finds the angle. Clouden couldn't quite succeed, and now he has to stick it as well. Mercury might not have the angle. He was running out of bullets, but he's got it exactly where he needs to. A third round and a triple kill for Mercury. These rounds for Rare Adam are so close.
Every single one of them seems like it should have just slipped out of their fingers by then. Rare Adam, off the back of some great clutches from Mosea and Mercury, they found 3 and again have put themselves in a position to reset the economy. You'd hope to God that they actually go ahead and do it this time, because otherwise Slouch Gaming, they cannot keep getting away with they can't keep getting away with it,
yeah.
Right? Is sort of what you're thinking. But maybe they can. Maybe I'm just wrong about that one.
It will just be back-breaking. You know, this time they wouldn't have another buy loaded up for Rare Adam. Unless they get a plant down to some capacity. Oh, what is News up to? What is News up to? Jamyoung's holding for exactly that peak. And, you know, News has been able to get kills pretty consistently on CT sides, but I think even on Inferno, you know, he felt like the guy that was probably the most exploited somehow.
Oh my god, he almost gets that one as well. Jamyoung now just going for the full cross back over to Secret. Does not want to contend with the Deagle too heavily. It's a 3-on-3. And remember, Mercury being as low as he is, Clouden might just finish him off here. And now using the mobility to perfection. And backing off soon after. Grenade is ready. Wants to deploy it, but will just be caught up for 9.
Surely they don't get away with it. Surely not. ICR had a chance, and Jamyoung a headshot. The Kaze clutch, and he's again a slow roller here on Nuke, but they line up. The spray's perfect, and he spotted 910. Close range, the Deagle won't cut it. Kaze's come back with another close round for Rare Adam. I can't believe it.
I know you're saying they can't get away with it for Clutch Gaming, but I feel like it's more applicable to Rare Adam at this point. Just what is going on this B bomb site? What kind of god are they praying to right now? Because it just seems like it's all being fulfilled. Everything they asked for. Can we get a 1v3? Can we get a 1v4? Can we get a 1v3 from our player who's only had 1 kill so far?
Yeah, he's only had 1 kill up until that point. Oy vey. And now onto USPs. It's a stack on A, and Advent blinded.
No.
Okay.
No.
It's all
No.
fine. No, they're okay. They're okay.
Okay.
Oh, wait, no, Cloudin's back in with another kill. Oh my goodness. It's
No.
another 1v1.
He's got a deagle. This is the USB. Is Mazea not looking into him? No! Rare Adam, you've got to stop giving it up like that. The stack, the USBs, lack of armor, lack of everything, but no lack of firepower. Apparently, Clouds Gaming still come out and clean up. Michael, you speak oh so soon.
They caught. Advent caught a team flash. I think it was Advent, right? I'm pretty sure he was out there trying to entry for the squad. He caught a team flash. That's a free kill. And I thought Mercury was going to sweep up, man. I thought for sure. There was no way that fell apart, but I mean, confidence has to be rocked. A nice double kill here from Cloudin, and at least they get their hands on a rifle, but it's double kills galore. News right there to the party. He's been hyper mobile. You know, that's, you know, I'm saying he's been exploited to a certain degree. He's put himself in some spots where, you know, he's only kind of guaranteed 1 kill and to go traded. And maybe that's all you need from him, but you know, that's the kind of mobility that's been really helping out here on the CT side, reinforcing areas where needed. For Adam, 4 rounds.
I would like to point out that Cloudin has won 23 kills.
Oh no, yeah, I don't think that we've kind of missed that one. He was honestly just owning it. On 12 kills before any of his teammates had even really broken past 6, so.
And a lot of this is coming on retakes, by the way. So it's not even like, oh yeah, wait, they're just running into me on ramp, hee hee ha ha, I'm good aimer. No, it's a lot of retakes. A lot of important rounds that he is delivering on.
Yeah, retakes and holds. You know, he's been locking things down over at ramp, and now he's got his hands on an AWP. It's a double AWP setup, in fact, for Clutch Gaming in this final round of the half. Wow, bunny hopping. He's spooning right at him, and News is gone. The AWP of Cloudin finds nothing. Zilch squats the bomb down now for Rare Adam in a man advantage.
Jack diddly squat. 3 on 5, and it seems like some of the medicine is about to be shoved down Rare Adam's throat. Kaze finds yet another one, and Cloudin's AWP is going to be in a non-existent position as it misses out the first shot and the first shot. This is a maniacal game, but Rare Adam has somehow secured themselves the 5th round as we go into the second half with still a lot of questions on our mind, and I don't know if any of them will be answered. Let's wait for the break to find out.
speak for a couple of weeks. I'll be in his place till he calls and says he's sorry. This situation's on repeat, just like a scratch on a CD. It just gets deeper when you hit rewind. How many nights will you make this decision? Nights ending tears and it's blurring your vision. You know he don't love you, what you holding on to. Scream through the phone even though he won't listen. So I'm still at your place, trying to make it okay. He's miles away, I'm left here with you. Say that you just need someone caring for you. When will you see me more than your rescue? I'm feeling kinda used, yeah, like a drug that you take when you're sick of crying all your tears away. Is that all I am? All I want is for you to be happy. You know this ain't healthy. Do I make you happy? How many nights will you make this decision? Nights ending tears and it's blurring your vision. You know he don't love you, what you holding on to. Scream through the phone even though he won't.
We had some crazy business in the first half, but maybe we can put that all to the side going to the second one. Clouden looked absolutely insane, and Rare Adam looked like they were a little bit crazy sometimes. But maybe it's time to see what this will be delivering. Jam Young, solid start off, will be able to smoke himself off and retreat as well. News on the other side of the map is looking slightly worse for wear, but as the T side do take control of hell, they will just be looking to find in a bit more ground back to the A-bomb side. IZR with the quick double. Looked like he should never have been allowed to get away with that, but Advance turned it around with a double of his own. Advantage maintained. IZR still keeps it going. Jamyoung's demise. And Kaze will be revealing position very soon. IZR's gone, and it's a one-on-one. Kaze needs to get out another big clutch in this round.
News has already dinked him, knows he's low, and trying to keep tabs on his position. News was ready for the crack peak angle. Bomb dropped in a very compromising spot. The fact that Kaze has that one under his feet now, moving up to heaven. News, I mean, how do you read this? How do you completely cut Kaze off? He just needs a couple more bullets to connect.
There's so many different angles he could come out from as well. This is so frustrating for News, but he still comes out with a headshot. 11 secure for Clutch despite a great effort from Advent and Jamyoung. IZR just tops it out with one more.
Yeah, I mean, the IZR kills were really what kept them in the round, because Rare Adam were doing a great job of cutting down their numbers, if not for him. A nice little 180 punished Mosea trying to get himself up the vents, and then the kill on Hut was phenomenal. They're kind of looking like we may have an argument to be made about Clutch coming through here on our second map. You know, we might end up with traded maps selections. And it would definitely give us more evidence to our assumptions as to why this map is maybe fallen out of the favor of Rare Adam. You know, this used to be their pick a lot domestically, and yeah, they've strayed away from it.
And now they just lose to anti-half buys and anti-USB buys, apparently.
Yeah, they've just been losing to teams that they know that they would once upon a time beat. You know, they were arguably the best team in the region on this map, and now that confidence has been knocked down several pegs.
I also think that some of the Rare Adam aura does seem to have reduced around them as well since the recent losses as well. Just more teams are willing to pick Inferno and Nuke into them. Clutch is obviously a team that is always happy to pick Inferno into anyone regardless. I will add that caveat. But yeah. No. Push forward. Ramp room is the destination of attack. And destination's got Jamyoung trying to stop the flight from coming in. Good first shot. Second's pretty solid as well. Question is, can he get a bit more out of the magazine? No. Bullets running out and he was going to die eventually. Stardust lurking back in. keeps things at a 2-on-2 despite the initial frag from Jamyang. Oh.
It looks a bit quite simple there. This 2-on-1 will be hard to navigate. Yeah, scout for this retake. You just can't fancy his chances. And Kaze even throwing it away. There a better gun to find? Yeah, there's a rifle en route. There is an AK. And he's saving.
I know that you can't see these team pictures, Michael, but Stardust has like a really cute picture of Hastika just sitting in the player booth of the RMR looking super happy. Clearly a lot of love still there from former teammates and former Argo owners. Honestly, that's really great to see. You can sometimes be a little bit sour, a little bit bitter about one of your better players or more experienced players leaving you, but hey man, you gotta celebrate his victories like they're your own.
No, I mean, I think from what I could tell, you know, even from players that had once upon a time been with the Mongols, for example, you know, all seem to be quite happy that they made it, to a major. You know, I don't think they have any ill will that they are there instead of them. You know, they'd obviously want to be in that spot, in that position, but I think they're just happy of their respective countrymen. You know, there's a lot to be proud of from the Mongolian region.
Now, what I would have got to count on is score, but hey, that's a separate conversation. Obviously, wound a little bit, maybe more fresh. Jamyang looking to peek out and forward. Flashbang is going to keep him at bay, but he's still good for 2. Makes it look comfortable, gets the bomb out as well, so the remaining players will be slightly more awkward. IZR's position revealed, and remember now with the rifles recovered, he's about to be put underneath some heavy fire. Jamyang goes ahead and picks up another one. Stardust, looking like he's just dust, is likely to be blown away soon as well.
He's the only healthy player, and Kaze will deploy a fresh smoke because there's one right in front of him. Wants to recover that as well. No point wasting resources. Just impossible to crack this one, surely. Jamyang has so much territory held underneath his watchful eyes, and Kaze actually turned away from the smoke. May have lost the timing on that dissipating, and suddenly, you know, there is a way back in. If Rare Adam had simply held their spots, there was almost no way to crack this nut.
Okay, peek forward. Jamyang's got the timing. Now on for the full ace. Stardust on a single point of HP will make it slightly easier for him, but with the AK in hand, this is going to be a timing found. Shuts him down. A one-on-one bomb can be collected and taken in to vent as well. Mosea is watching out for exactly that. And with the time ticking down low, please tell me this is not a round where Stardust manages to magically pull together a 1v2 clutch on a single point of HP.
He will. He might.
7 seconds. Mosea doesn't land the shot. He only needed one breath onto Stardust's body. One breath, my god. Rare Adam, how many rounds are you going to throw?
I simply don't understand. They had to bleed out so much of that clock, and sure they were concerned about, you know, getting wrapped from somewhere, but they had everything pretty much cut off. And then they just lose timings. Kaze's been... I will say, Kaze's been very uncharacteristic of his usual play style and form in this series. Inferno was nothing really to really write home about, and this map has been more of the same. Kaze will finally find news, though, in at ramp and a couple swings at it. Get some damage for his efforts, and yeah, maybe looking to recover at the very least. He was a slow starter, but he had his impact more in the overtime rounds on Inferno. We can't hopefully wait that long on this map. Clutch already much closer to that finish line.
Overtime seems like a fantasy for Rare Adam at this point. TT-sided map, yada yada yada, all of that stuff, sure. Okay, granted. But it is a 13-5.
Yeah, and it's just not how Rare Adam have also been winning their nukes more often than not. You know, their T-sides usually contribute quite heavily to their score lines. A lot more legwork. It's a steep hill, and now the exec over at Egg. That's a timely Molotov, and Stardust actually getting caught trying to wrap through main. Mosea's got him pinned.
Kaze on the retreat, needs to find a few more over here. Potentially could end up falling. Stardust gets a big one. Mosea thought he had him down to right, but instead Not quite as deadly. Stardust, AK recovered right on time. Kaze is looking oblivious to what is going on and the potential around him. Unfortunately, that call of Stardust is slipping through the net completely. Clouden as well stays alive, and Jam Young tagged up through the glass, saved by it. In fact, 9-10 repeaks over. That's a mistake. But he needed to try and instigate some action. Stardust, oh my god, is he going to end up finding more? Advent is completely unaware of where he's coming in from. Stardust has managed to find 3 kills from impossible situations. He's now on for trying to go for the ace. Needs to be able to find it. And fortunately for Rayada, Mercury will shut down any prospects. But my god, he was a menace around the map.
Yeah, I felt like Stardust had some kind of invisibility cloak on because he just kept on catching players off guard. Wasn't a kit defuse there for Mercury, and it is a bit close, but if they really needed to, Jamyang would have jumped on it. Yeah, these are not looking like pretty rounds here for Adam. Good couple of kills from Kaze, but like you said, just kind of lost about where the remaining players were, where Stardust was in particular, and that might not be his fault. You know, that could just be Mosea relaying a bad comm, because I think that he was last spotted inside of main instead of, you know, no information about where he was transiting to, but Kaze had to be the one to piece that one together. 9-10 is struck with the Deeg. It's one of 3 coming into this round, but they didn't invest armor alongside it. The hopes aren't too high.
I don't know, man. I'm not counting them out of anything.
I know. We had that USP round in the first half. I get it.
Especially because with how bad Rare Adam's money is, the objective is clearly not to win the round. It is to get 2 more kills. And that is very viable, even in a 3-on-4.
Yeah, make them lose money, and also hopefully gain money. You know, if they can get a plant down, that would be nice as well.
Oh. Thought for a second Mercury got 2 of those.
I did as well. You know,
that would have been kind of nuts. Well, Rare Adam accomplished the objective. Players kept alive. Clouded. No shenanigans. Bomb can be planted though. No, never mind. I've read the map wrong. Jamyang is down in lower. See, Michael, this is the problem
they
with
caught
the radar.
you. They got you. I knew all along. We have the technology. Or at least I do.
Yeah. Oh, another half buy.
Well, they didn't really half buy last round. They only just bought pistols and absolutely nothing else.
Another round where they haven't actually bought.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's pistols.
Okay. And with the Tech 9s, this might be an accelerated push back over to the A side. A quick pop through would not be too unexpected. And it seems like that is exactly what the plan is. Advent, though, covering off nicely. Good for 3. Mercury on his side will be able to come through and provide the quick 2.
That's lovely movement there from Advent, by the way. You know, usually when we talk about movement, we're thinking about, you know, making jumps and getting nice strafes around corners. But even just from when he takes initial contact and the way that he's sort of strafing around the site, it makes it very difficult for Clutch to actually hunt down that trade. Even if you swing out the way that you're supposed to, you know, I think the traditional entry paths, one jumps out to the right, one sort of hugs the tight left wall so you can clear the site effectively. That far left player is actually not going to be able to see Advent for the longest of times until he's ready to expose himself. So, great way of controlling the fights from what is a very exposed position. The slow burner. Clutch didn't have early plans. No smokes outside, no nades top hut. Nothing to condition Rare Adam in the early phases, but now they move back to spawn to actually throw those walls of smokes. And so now it will be a bit of a guessing game here for Rare Adam. They haven't gotten anyone too aggressive. They do have Mosea out towards Secret, so if they do attempt the cross, could be in for a nasty surprise.
Oh, Mosea. Like some Stardust. Quite nice to see. Mosea will be going in for a little bit more as well. Grenade to keep him low. 40 HP is all he's been left with. And the 5-on-3 now.
make that 2.
Looking a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, there was a bit of hesitation there from Kaze. He wasn't sure about whether to go up or down the ladder, but I think after Moseo was telling him he gave up his spot outside, that's when Kaze took responsibility of it. This is pretty much a done deal. Last time I said it in a 2-on-3, but this time a 1-on-5, as IZR is also found trying to catch someone off guard. Uses saving. To this save, wow. I'm a little torn about.
I'm probably in agreement with you, but the only thing is that if Clutch Gaming want to try and just halfway around it, see if they can do a bit more damage, I would not be surprised to see them run away with a fair bit. One thing to mention, though, Michael, is the fact that Clouden is now on 24 kills when he was on 22, I believe, to end the 23, maybe, actually, to end the first half. So clearly that CT side defensive posturing that was giving them so many rounds is no longer present. Who will be stepping up in his place?
Well, they would certainly hope it's news. It's been pretty consistent. And like I said, maybe a little too active around the map, sometimes punished for it, but given that he's got the AK, it'll be a nice hand to find a kill. 910 will not succeed in dealing with the AWPer in at ramp. We're right about the half buy. I didn't realize I'd actually kind of lost track of the loss bonus to a certain extent here for Clutch, so they've gone for what is actually not too unconventional. Sometimes you see this 1 buy and the rest half around it. We'll have a full buy and maybe News has to bow out, but that's all contingent on whether or not they lose the round, and it seems like that is exactly what is on the forecast. So Weatherman didn't lie. Stardust a 1-on-5 and no bomb, no friends, probably no round.
Well,
no head.
Looks like the day isn't too good for Stardust. Ooh, News goes for the Galil. Galil smoke flash instead of going in for something like a Tech 9. I'm a big proponent of the Tech 9 on Nuke, personally. I do think it's a very good weapon on the T side. Much better than the Mac 10 for my money, but hey. Galil isn't too bad either. Deep Molly, nade, heavy outside control, looking to be contested by Rear Adam. Initially, Jamyoung is now able to cheat past the smoke and play the close angle near Squeaky. And now, even pushing through IZL on the retreat, and Mosea's got all ears open, wide open. Meanwhile, this push through from Jamyoung is about to give him the first fruits. I do believe he is getting in behind IZL. No, IZL's on top of the roof, so not quite the same position, but at the very least, Jamyoung will be able to tell when there's a fake being thrown out, if that ends up being the case with utility from the upper bomb side. Kaze re-peeking back over, might be dangerous, lots of players, but he's good for every single one of them. Bomb dropped as well, and they simply cannot punish. Kaze is very much reappearing on the server.
Yeah, welcome back, Kaze. I think they definitely missed you here on Rare Adam, and Clutch are now in for a world of hurt. Let's also set this condition. 10-5 half on Inferno. We had to go to double overtime, and Rare Adam won that map. Clutch had an advantage. They were closer to the finish line consistently on that map. And we enter here, another 10-5 half, coming away from their CT side into T. Sure, there are difficulties with playing T-side Nuke. I totally get it. But this is the second time that they've held a significant round lead, only for it now to be clawed out from under them. Now they're trapped here at 13 now. And Rare Adam are getting the activation that they've been waiting for. You know, the AWP is getting more involved. We have Jamyoung, who's been a stud throughout the series so far.
True. Closing in on Clouden's stats as well, ever since Clouden's quieted down in the second half.
And we don't need Advent to be a major accelerant to whatever fire that Rare Adam is trying to start up.
Good night. Advent might be needed, even if you say he isn't. At the A-side anchor, the A-side assault is Mercury. Now coming through, picking it all up. All the assists from Advent being used. His ADR might have been buffed, but the kills go out to Mercury. 12 to 13, man, and Look, the other thing to also keep in mind is that I would argue that the Nuke first half from Clutch was maybe a little bit hollower than what we saw from Inferno, right? There was a couple of these half-buy wins, a lot of these half-buy pressures down to 1v1, a lot of these 3v1s being lost out as well. So, yeah, this is always felt like maybe there's a chance, but with the raw numbers disparity, I think we started, or I had definitely started to count Rare Adam out of it just a little bit, but now it's all down to this round, the gun on gun, the swing round, where should Clutch Gaming lose this one out, Rare Adam feels like not only the momentum, which they definitely already have under their wings, they would also just be able to run away with the lead.
It would just be crazy if Clutch go into both maps with big leads and they are burdened by it. This is one of those games that we don't expect to win in the ESL Challenger League. You face off against Rare Adam, you're kind of anticipating a loss, although they won't try their damnedest at it, and Clouden has at least found a kill coming into this round, so although it has been quieter here from this T side, the contribution that may end up paying off for Clutch, this man advantage will be hard to mitigate.
Almost no defensive utility as well available now for Rare Adam, so they will have to hold down the lines and hold the fort. Just firepower. Mercury wants to provide a bit more of that in spades. Will be re-peeking back out over. 9-10 unable to punish, but a lot of damage out of the News, who's once again now going back. Jamyoung holding off what could have been a big defense, but instead Clouden refrangs and retrades. Admin and Mosaic left alone. Admin making a whole lot of noise on the rotate back. I don't think there's anyone nearby to hear it. Door not open in time either. Mercury, Mosaic good for 2, and Admin just swings out from this side. The retake before the bomb could even be planted. Rare Adam recover.
Oh god damn. Okay. I wasn't expecting Mosaic to just come in and swing and kill 2 there. Clutch looked like they were in a great position to actually hold off that plan. You know, there wasn't a Molotov or a smoke in at ramp. Had they played a bit more defensive, perhaps there was a way in which they're able to just provide that coverage and actually force Rare Adam into some uncomfortable duels, actually just splitting between both the site cover and ramp respectively, but they try to take control over control, and that's ultimately who comes back to bite them. God, this is gonna be heartbreaking. You know, Clutch just assembling this new iteration of the lineup.
Yeah.
And having some, honestly, they've had some pretty solid performances. I think their CT side, you know, you said it certainly could have gone better. You know, them winning a half buy, I think, kept it afloat. But yeah, you know, you say they lost 3v1s. They also got themselves into several 3v1s that they should have been able to win. You know, they looked very well rehearsed in that respect, even though they were sometimes leaving lower exposed. You know, that almost felt like that was something that they were accounting for. You know, sometimes we see teams completely disregard lower, even if outside smokes had gone down. It still felt like Clutch were keeping tabs on it.
Lantern is one who's fully bought into it. Messiah is trying to push in through
What
the
is
smoke. The
this?
flashbang would be great. Will not be coming. He just has it all on his own. Kaze's flash didn't even look like it really blinded them particularly. Half blind at best. And he's found 2. Mercury now called upon. Off angle. 9-10 expects it, but Admin trades it out. Going for another. Good for it as well. Clouden now all alone. 1 on 3. A lot to contend with. Admin on the other side is going to be the first casualty. Jamyoung cannot drop down. It has to be Kaze to hold off in case Clouden decides to commit over to the B-bomb site. With the door being open, now Jamyoung knows that he can commit through smoke down as well. Clouden trying to watch out for the back lines, but Jamyoung moving past will be able to come through on the flank as well. Clouden back over to A. Jamyoung doesn't spot it at all, and it will be a bomb plot on the upper site.
I can't believe he missed the timing. That is incredible here for Clouden. A real chance to win this clutch now because they're going to have to come up from that lower bomb site, and they realize they've been hoodwinked. Somehow he slipped the net.
He's heard the knife on the wall as well, and so he knows exactly where Kaze should be coming in from. Clouden, however, full repositioning backwards. is not going to be ready for Jamyoung to pop in through fence. It's a good position to be in. Can actually spot out Jamyoung in case there's some player nearby. Kaze now trying to get on. Jamyoung from behind is already dead. Kaze with a full defuse, though, has been given some space, but right at the nick of it. With barely a few milliseconds left, Cloud will deliver.
And this man's been quiet on T-sides. Now a 4K and a clutch at that. A 1-on-3 to break through what has been a very strong wall set up by Rare Adam on this CT side. Finally, they get a clutch to fall their way. Clouden has been an incredible standout, that's for sure. And maybe it's... I wonder if it might be too late. Kaze finds his first in its secret, and he doesn't escape. Thought he might be able to duck out in time, but News catches him airborne. Still a man advantage held here for Rare Atom. Advent's been a bit more active in these past few rounds as well. Mercury already cheated towards lower. He's left in charge of it. Didn't find much success in stopping the migration of Clutch Gaming players last time over. They look to try and rendezvous on the lower side. They're attacking ramp as well.
Great kill to find. Cloudens come through with the second one as well. That gives them the big advantage. 9-10, got to be careful. Banked in the back by his teammates. Mosea rotating back down. Will not be able to cut them off. The bomb will be planted as well. Double Molotovs available. And with a flashbang through, Clutch Gaming are knocking on the door of 15 already. It will be a very difficult road to retake. Mosea and Advent were good for a couple of these before. They don't know where exactly the bomb is being planted, so the Molotov goes a bit awry. And News is just trying to make a bit more noise. Advent not aware. News with the double.
He desensitized them to it. Just kept on opening and closing that door. They didn't know if he was swinging or not. And yeah, no one looking at him. That's really cheeky play, but well done there from News. I mean, his entry on the lower side as at the same time as and in sync with Cloud and getting his entry over at ramp. It's just, what do? You're getting attacked from both extremities simultaneously. They do have another buy. You know, Rare Adam we're on quite a streak here on CT, but streaks ain't good. They ain't enough if you don't end up coming all the way back. Still a chance for an OT. We could have both maps fall into that category.
Through Jamyoung. A little bit sloppy on the deal, but he does still come out on top. Jamyoung's demise does open up the map a lot more. You can look at what Mercury is trying to go for. It is an equalizer. Slightly more aggressive posturing than he has adopted before. That is secret. And rotate back out over the A-bomb side while the smoke is still here. Kaze misses out an opportunity on an outside pick. News is now going to be able to move back in. It is... Oh my god, they're not aware. Mosea doesn't know. The glass has been broken and he's just not ready. But the full push forward, News able to get another kill, and it is once more onto the B site.
This man advantage gets even further pushed by Clouden. 2-on-4, it's not looking likely. No OT, it seems to be. Nuke will call to a close. Or Adam, just not much into it. Clouden finds another, and it's only Kaze that remains, and he's found as well. Clutch being able to pull it through on Rare Adam's map pick, one of their staple maps. It looked like they were in control of this game, if not for the fact that, well, we had all these clutches go the way of Rare Adam on that T side.
Maybe don't call yourself Clutch Gaming, right? It feels like you're just tempting fate at that point, right? It's you're trying to get calmed out. But no, absolutely. They did have a lot of half buys working out for them. I think there were 3 or 4 in total, which actually ended up coming through from either side respectively. So good for them. But at the end of the day, Rare Adam do need to take a long, hard look in the mirror as they head into Ancient, because a lot of those performances were, quite frankly, just diabolical against the half buys.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like that was the way back in. You know, they win that, they maybe have more rounds on T side. Yeah, things could have certainly gone more their way. But it felt like again we just got like a very slow activation from a lot of the players on the Rare Adam side. Aside from Jamyoung, we haven't seen massive step ups from Mercury or Mosea. Aside from maybe a couple of these retakes or post plants. So yeah, I hope that we're able to get more of that stardom, because that's really what we've come to know this Rare Adam squad for. Advent raising what is some young talent out of the Chinese scene, and these guys are pretty cracked most of the time. But up against Clutch, it seems like we're just not getting that same kind of level from them thus far.
Well, let's see what Ancient has in store for us. Clutch has certainly had a chance on both Inferno and now capitalizing on Nuke. Could this be another upset versus Rare Adam so early into the league season? Let's wait and find out.
Don't speak for a couple of weeks. I'll be in his place till he calls and says he's sorry. This situation's on repeat, just like a scratch on a CD. It just gets deeper when you hit rewind. How many nights will you make this decision? Nights ending tears and it's blurring your vision. That you take when you're sick of crying all your tears away. Is that all I am? All I want is for you to be happy. You know this ain't healthy. Do I make you happy? How many nights will you make this decision? Nights ending tears and it's blurring your vision. still not enough. Even your parents know I'm good for you, but I'm still not enough. You wanna be done with him, you're stuck with him, 'cause you don't have the guts. And after all I've done, I'm still not enough. Still at your place, trying to make it okay. These miles away, I'm left here with you. Say that you just need someone caring for you. When will you see me more than you're asking me?
There's fire in the atmosphere, moving in synergy. This electricity, the power of the pioneers, tearing through history. This is our destiny. We are the power. We are the change. We are the pioneers of paradise and babe. We push you louder like hurricanes. We are the pioneers. We are the pioneers.
Some of you might be surprised about the fact that we've got into a 3 map, and you're right, I am also surprised that Clutch Gaming didn't just win that one out in 2. As it turns out, they look to be in the advantage for a fair bit. I'm tea time job by Michael Yumi Castley, as we are witnessing a pretty upsetting performance coming out from Rare Adam, and a pretty damn good one from Clutch. In the meanwhile, IZR looks to start things off. Advent has been knocked down a peg already. News looks to collect on one for free. And Advent will be able to respond in through the smoke, but it's still very low. Retaking will be very difficult. IZR also just pushes all the way through, picks up another one and retreats.
No kit available, so these dualies of Kaze are going to have to try and strike first. News as well activating on a flank, but we'll be a little late to the party. Mosaic actually cut down, and Kaze as well, not getting any room inside of the site. Jamyoung just standing his ground, and I don't know if he was timed out. He was in no man's land, wasn't really firing off any bullets either. Yeah, he's out of the servers, so that's not ideal, but that looked like it was going to be a Clutch Gaming round. Nonetheless, they held well in getting to the site, but also their post-plant positions were very strong.
That was quite a nice shot from News to come through on the second one.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, no, I appreciate the fact that Clash are so willing to take duels as well. You know, ICI just pushing in all the way. They recognize that their best chance is to ensure that Rare Adam can't get into good post-line positions and whatnot. I think they might be slightly traumatized from Ancient, to be honest, with how all of the Ancients went for them at the RMR. Felt like every time this map came up, it was tech issues.
Oh, yeah.
So,
yeah, I forgot about that. Ancient.
I don't know how you could, but
I like to get rid of the bad memories. Actually,
I feel like Jamyoung would like that too, but maybe he is feeling lost again.
I mean, you know, all things considered, it could have been worse. They had those tech issues, and they still won it against, what was it? Vertex was the one where they started behind at the start.
Yeah.
Hey ho. Let's just hope that we get Jamyoung back in. I don't want no Shadow Clone Jutsu with Advent. Been fine this game. Definitely has been fine, but you know, we don't want him to be the exceptional player on Rare Adam. I feel like that's just so against the narrative we've built for so long.
Yeah, you just don't want to be wrong, is what you're saying.
No, I mean, it's just, you know, he himself will know that he's the brains of the operation.
Little did everyone know, Advent was also the brawn.
Yeah.
It would be a little bit like how in Dota, when old captains and like old support players decide to play carry for a season or two, and they just end up being really good at it for a while. Kuroki comes to mind, No-Tail as well. But yeah, who knows? Maybe Advent can come through as the carry for a little while.
Well, when players have disconnected and reconnected and doing all sorts, it seems like things just break. So we're back to an old classic in the HUD department, but we're back into the action at the very least. Rare Adam only with pistols, so not really too much to write home about, but seeing these rounds go a little pear-shaped from other teams in the past. Rare Adam lost a round similar to this on Nuke, but they're not going to be able to collect on a win themselves. Got one kill, and everyone else is coming in to sweep up the goods. Clutch maintaining form and dealing with those pistols quite handily.
Kaze will be able to bust out the AWP if he wants to, but it will be completely in the nutty. Decides to go in for some Kevlar instead. Curious to see how exactly Rare Adam chooses to fight early rounds as well. Remember, they did have some struggles over on both Inferno and Nuke in the first half each. Seemed like they were always starting things off in like a 3-on-4 and a 2-on-3, something like that.
Microphone muted. Microphone activated. Microphone
Opening
muted.
kills lost out. Nice start once again. It is News to get the double, and like I said, opening kills might not be their best suit.
Microphone activated.
Wow. Yeah, lovely shot there from Mosaic as well to bring it back into a 3-on-3. Adam with this gun round. Want to make it somewhat compelling, but dink onto Jamyoung, or by Jamyoung. 910 will be able to reciprocate extra damage right back. Clouding getting that bomb dialed in, and yeah, Rare Adam are not even committing to it. Realizing that they're a little too separated from the action and no kits available, they call it quits. Clutch with 3 straight and being able to bypass just, you know, some nice opening duels to really kick off the affair. That scrappy start inside of Cheetah, one that Rare Adam weren't quite ready for.
Yeah, News finding the big double was definitely something that caught them off guard. Not expect him to accelerate so much, but I like that from him. It's one of those plays that you can only really get away with consistently on the first buy round from the CTs, because you're not expecting them to have Molotovs and grenades unless they've bought in some inferior weaponry. So you're not just going to be naded and mollied down to prevent you from getting into Sheeta very fast and use exploits and angle. You would expect Rare Adam to maybe expect that a bit more so, but they were turned around from a flashbang that could have been coming their way.
It's one of the biggest things that teams have had to adapt to so much as a result of the spawns being moved, is that, you know, teams just get so much more room to take over mid control, even fighting off into cave. You know, you can get that Molotov or that flash down much earlier than the CTs can really do much to counteract it. If you take the best spawn, you will beat them there. Nade will slow News, even though he had actually a good spawn. Mercury will come around swinging and free-firing everywhere. News even a follow-up flash that made it difficult for him to do much to stop what was coming his way. An immediate acceleration from Clutch over at A.
They are going to be giving up donut control very soon, but Mosiah, good for one, looks for more. What a collection! And he does end up finding Cloudin and Stardust still alive, means that there's still a great chance of bringing it back. It's indeed a 2-on-2, now 1. Stardust discovers Mercury in the back lines as well. Kaze will find a freebie while the bomb is planted. Cloudin to rotate out. It will be a stray shot to connect, but the reload gives away Kaze's position. And Cloudin is consistent as always, a stable hand in all situations.
Yeah, not quite sure what's going on as well. You know, everyone's running around without weapons in their hands. I've got a classic invisible guns going on. Stardust and Cloudin, every time they looked at somebody, they just disappeared. And he made those heads roll. I mean, fantastic work from both of them respectively to salvage that operation, considering the initial hold actually looked quite solid. You know, Mosaic getting those 2 kills, slowing down the pace of Clutch, but those counter kills were too damn quick.
Nade is great. Molotov as well. 9-10 trying to get busy. Misses out on the op shot. Has had a couple of misses here and there as well. He's not necessarily been the most prolific person, although fortunately for him, Kaze's disappearance from the server has assisted in his journey.
Ooh. 1 HP. This man has been whittled down to nothing. But he's still alive. That's what's most important, even with all the bullets that keep on coming his way. Finally, he's found. Advent tracking him down, and Cloudin wasn't much healthier. Open hand, Advent. Oh, running straight through a no-scope from Cloudin, and it's back to 3-on-3.
I don't know how Clutch are giving up these advantages to be reclaimed so easily, consistently. News has also moved past. He will be able to have a fair duel, one that he simply cannot win. Stardust has to come through and refrag. In the meanwhile, they should know there's a second player on the bomb site. Mercury got the kills initially. Stardust quick to make some solid work off him.
Good kill from Kaze. 1-on-1 and already low on Stardust. This Molotov has to be very careful it didn't spread to him, but now going through the smoke, Kaze has no idea he sat inside of it, and Stardust has it. A 5-0 start continues. Clutch just continuing to roll with these punches and show exactly what they're made of.
Man, I can't believe that they just keep getting into these positions where they're advantage. And if not, then, you know, hey, they don't care if they're in a disadvantage, right? It ends up going to 3v5. They just reclaim it right back. And partially because, let me put it this way, Advent pushing through the smoke into a no-scope from Cloudin is impressive from Cloudin, don't get me wrong. But it's also a little bit silly from Advent himself. So, you know, it's a bit of silliness, it's a bit of impressiveness, but it's a whole lot of rounds being lost from there. And at the end of the day, that is what matters. Impressions and intellect are things that can be considered only by the victors.
Very methodical against this half-buy. We're at him down to pistols and the FAMAS. And certainly can, you know, ask Jamyoung to pull something off here. But going to be very difficult. They boost up. They're slowly working through that A bomb side, and Jamier's going to be separated between which angle to fight over at the donut, and he gets swarmed and News as well. Just keeping tabs on these B side players. He's looked real sharp in some of these fights, and will continue to express exactly that. Clutch, keep the good times rolling.
Honestly, they just look like better team by far. In most of the series, it hasn't even looked close, except for the points where Rear Adam is trying to go for a comeback. That's the only point where it's like, oh, okay, you can see the experience, right? You can see some of the players being able to pop off and whatnot, but generally speaking, Clutch has looked like the superior team in this series so far. Advent, full blind, caught out, but the blinds back over, will make it, so he has a bit more life. Not enough to actually fight out IZR and 910 and Stardust, each with a kill apiece, and 910 makes it 2. Kaze is a lonely fella. Over towards that A-bomb side.
We just keep on going with Clutch getting off to fantastic starts on every single map. This has been the case. And I don't know if this is just, you know, Clutch coming in very prepared versus Rare Adam maybe not doing so much homework. You know, it's hard to do homework on a team that have done very few repetitions with this particular 5. You know, that's, I guess, one angle we didn't cover earlier on. But Rare Adam have always had, like, a very good baseline and a very, like, good foundation under them that, regardless of which team they face in open qualifiers and, you know, I guess when they come through the ECL division and they're playing against teams that are not frequently fighting for international opportunities, they usually still beat them, and usually quite handily. But Clutch have really come in with some great assertion here in terms of the way that they've approached the game tactically. I think they outclassed them tactically on Inferno. You know, I think we've seen in terms of the firepower, they're matching, if not beating them in some of the fights.
It doesn't help that Jamyang is also finally having an off map from the 3, right? He's 0, 2, and 6 right now, not the best of signs, and he does deserve a break after the heavy lifting that he has done in the first 2, but unfortunately, when you're normally taking a break, someone else steps up in for you, but no one's really been able to offer up the same sort of acumen, the same sort of capabilities. Oh, wow, News is just sharp as a knife right now.
Is there anything to say here on Ancient? This was a map that, once upon a time, Rare Adam were banning. You know, when it first came out, they were like, yeah, we'll give it a shot. But then they started to veto it out. Now it's in favor of Anubis. And they've had some good results on this map. You know, Ancient is definitely something that they've put some work into, and that's why they allow it through the veto phases.
Was it big that they beat like 16-7 or something on Ancient?
I think so. Yeah, I think it was big. And that was the real ace up their sleeve, is that they shifted their permaban mid ESL Pro League.
Unfortunately, might need to start considering shifting it back if this is the performance that we're going to see from them. Again, caveats are there for Rare Adam as well. We are not expecting them to be coming through in full force. I wouldn't be surprised if they are taking it slightly easier after the RMR disappointment and the like as well. But even so, this is ridiculously one-sided.
It certainly ain't pretty. And also, the game against Big was obviously not for Pro League. It was for the last showdown. But, you know, it all kind of... We're around the same part of the calendar.
He said the B word.
Hey, they exist. They've got a major. You know, they can't ignore it, but...
I'm just messing.
Yep. We share the calendar.
Yes, indeed. Factory. Oh, yes, please. A bit more of that, if you don't mind. News is gone, and that's obviously one of the big players taken out of the server. 910. Trained in on the AWP. Will not be able to find any of these guys actually pushing through. Here with the resmoke out, will be unable to actually assist back in middle, so you will see Musiao take a slightly more passive angle. Middle was where Vexside from Greyhound was just absolutely stunning. And we saw them on it as well, looking like probably the best team on Ancient in the APAC region, with the way their player base shift out and just take duels.
Mosaic. Good
Nice
chance.
Kill found. Stardust is gone. 3 on 5. Now turns to 2. Rare Adam looking to find their first and maybe even flawlessly as Mercury finds the last one as well. 1 to 8. So it's a start and a convincing one.
Yeah, and, you know, keeping everybody alive, build some money. That's about the best way that you could have your first round come online. You know, you're still on heavy loss bonus, so if someone clutch answer back here, you know, you'll have another buy loaded in the tank because of the fact you kept everyone afloat. But that can't be how you think about things. Rare Adam need to be able to salvage the rest of this half, really. What, are we going to see 3 games where Clutch lead 10-5? I just refuse to believe that's the particular world we live in.
Maybe it's 11-4. Who knows?
Could be one step further. That's true. Nice counter kills. Aggro through middle, but 910 was holding deep with that AWP. Aggression in from ledge was at least another attack avenue in for Rare Adam. They've been doing it a lot, and Kaze will catch the creep in B. So mid is all that Clutch have to hold on to, and Kaze's already here to greet them through red.
Forward, Kaze finds the 1, and Clouden is surely not too far behind. They should know that the second player is around in the vicinity as well. Clouden, short of a few freebies being delivered, should not be getting anything, and Kaze, good at the adjustment, finds a triple, and Rare Adam the second round. And with that, again, remember, Clutch getting a lot of those 3 on 5 wins, and the like does mean that their economy is not going to be as stable as it could have been. So you will have a weaker buy coming out from them. This should be the last buy before they are reset economically, should Rare Adam continue on winning ways.
And this is a good sign as well for Rare Adam. You know, we're getting Kaze, we're getting Mercury online, and sure, Jamyoung, who's been a consistent piece so far this series, is had his struggles thus far, especially when they've been targeting that A side. But this could be a way back in if they continue their form. Mosaic off of ledge just got hyper aggro through middle. No one on Clutch was there to greet them. Round the smokes of the Molotovs, but Advent pulling a smoke himself, and the flash timing, it couldn't have been worse as they are trying to chase, and Advent just collecting on free frags. 910 finally getting the trade, but it's a 4-on-2.
Molotov away from Mercury while the bomb can be planted. Mosaic, however, swinging in from the side. Looked like 910 was ready for the swing, but Clouden's the only man left, and Kaze makes quick work of him as well. I have to say the solution seems to have been very clear cut for Rare Adam. They just made a call that deal with Muse and make sure he doesn't get any frags. So don't double up inside Cheetah. Change up positions. Go for individual aggression if you need to. Do whatever you want. But find Muse while he gets aggro.
And that's the clothesliner Kaze I want to see, man. I've been missing him. Nuke was finally more of the same, but Kaze's really come to play. And listen, you know, at the moment, this is a map that Rare Adam have only had successes on in officials. Ever since it re-entered their pool. Something that they felt like they probably needed to be able to do, considering they were, I think, falling behind on Anubis. You know, I think the few times we'd seen them on that map, they looked a little out of their element. Advent may just not like the way that map plays, and I don't think he's totally alone in that.
Flashbang. Jamyoung still caught out. The movement failing him. Stays alive for just a while longer. 6 HP is all he's got, and he's going to be relying on Mercury to come through and provide a bit more support. News realizes that Mercury should be looking in for him. Great shot and great find. As the bomb goes down, it will be a 3-on-3 again. Jamyoung's HP being a little bit of a difficulty that they have to move past as well.
Stardust was hunting for a weapon, but has not found it. 910, his own AK is all that they need. 3 kills so far in this round, and they now know where Kaze is coming from. That 1 AWP, finally Stardust gets his hands on a rifle, and he's trying to keep him here. If he's not going to die to players, he most certainly is going to die to the bomb, but News tracks him down. That AWP recovered, and that's a half buy. They're on pistols here for Clutch to take it right back. Rare Adam full foul to it again here on Ancient.
The perennial Achilles heel. seems to be coming back out for them. Fortunately, they do still have money, right? So they can still buy into it. They can still try and fight for 6, and it did feel like Clutch should at least be able to guarantee 9. I think it would have been unreasonable to say anything short of that, but remember how you said they can't get 10 3 times in a row? This does make that slightly easier.
Yeah, we might see another 10-5 half. Clutch have been the better team more often than not so far this series. The first half scorelines reflect that. And we've seen the issues that Rare Atom have run into. Clutch came in with a purpose. And they want to cause upsets here in the ESL Challenger League. Rare Atom have already dropped blood at the start of this season. What could have been just a scratch is now looking more and more like a gash. Advent may just have the band-aid solution that they need, though. 1 kill and finding the counters as well. Advent holding down his spot. 3 so far, and Mercury as well under pressure. Molly down. Clouden trying his best to capitalize, but cannot hunt him through the flames.
Oh, great. Still managed to dodge out, so you're good to go. I have to say, Advent has had a couple of fantastic step-up moments so far in this series. Jamyoung being slightly involved as well. Would be nice to have him more activated before we switch out halves to the T side. And Rare Atom continue to try and push in for that 6. We will still have enough money to be able to pull together a buy from Clutch Gaming in the next one. Won't be the best situation. I think they're only on 1900 loss bonus. But still. 3 rifles can be purchased.
Yeah, they'll scramble something together considering, you know, they won on a half buy the round prior, so... The reason the money's a little topsy-turvy, they had 3 survivors, and they had an AK, and an AWP, so...
They are half buying into this one. They want to have a slightly better chance at the last round as well, so they are just going to be trying to fight for 10. Conservative route, yes, but I think the loss bonus is only about 2400, so this isn't going to be the best of situations. Regardless, you want to get at least the bomb plant out with a buy like this, but so much damage dealt early on. Clouden is already gone. 2 more to fall through. Jamyoung doubling up, and it is IZR and Stardust. Well, that's a lie. Stardust as well, just gone. Jamyoung might have been off for most of the half, but he is very much turning it on now. IZR, around the corner he goes. Only kill that they found, and I've got to say, not looking like they've got a shot in hell.
Yeah, IZR was definitely limit testing to a certain degree, but after losing all his teammates in the back, suddenly he's the main part of the attack. Advent just running at him as well. I mean, Advent's a bit of a madman. Great stuff there from Jamyoung, even though I'm pretty sure he just yoinked a couple of kills away from Mosea. It's you know, that's the sacrifice you're going to have to take to get Jamyoung more engaged, because as soon as he got those 2 kills, confidence high, just full wallbang the players, so... Guy uploaded himself to the Matrix.
Yeah. I think his teammates are fine with him stealing some kills as long as he realizes he is the one. You can steal whatever you want, just kill Agent Smith in the end.
Yeah.
Stardust, 9 HP is all he's got left.
Alright. That's certainly one way to kick it off. Maybe we won't have 10-5s throughout every single map. This time it's one better for Rare Atom. Looking like it's going to be a 9-only half from Clutch, which is enough. It's more than enough, but Rare Atom have started to claw that one away from them. This could have been much more convincing from the Mongolian squad.
Again, first one found. There's a second there around the corner that could give him access to the bomb site as well. Flashes to fly through, news to come in for a second, and it's again a 3-on-3. We know how this one goes. Bomb's gonna get planted. Question is, can Jamyoung activate from behind in time? It's a no. A resounding no. Turns out Clouden's also able to get out of the Matrix. He's not the only one. Good for 1, good for 2. No, Stardust will find him and shut him down. Carl's the only one left alive. A 1-on-2. Despite starting off on a 5-on-3, Kaze and company are seemingly destined for 10-5 scorelines. Moves past for the first one. Will cannot connect either. Stardust just shuts him down. 10-5. We go again into the second half with the exact same scoreline. Find out what the result will look like after a break.
I'm sorry, Rare Adam.
Ten five, 10-5. No, I'm not talking about your work life and where you wish it was. I'm talking about the score lines that we keep on getting in this game. 3 10-5 halves in favor of Clutch in a row, and now on the CT side, something tells me it might be a little bit less contested than the first two maps was. Rare Adam starting off with a fair bit of utility as they look to execute onto the B bomb site, but there is a dualies around the corner. News taken down and taken apart. Mosea on the late activate will be able to find a flank as well. A 5-on-3 that is missed out on still will remain on just a 4. Kaze bomb plant down.
No kit available, and last time we had this circumstance, T's were able to hold them off. That was clutch in their T-side pistol, but this man advantage, that smoke that's down, does section off the site. IZR clutching one off guard, but Kaze is still on side of the site and just dancing with them, being such a problem to actually flush out. Kaze 3 kills, and his teammates come in to support him as well. Rare Adam, don't let this one slip out of their hands. A pistol round that is well placed.
Get off to the right start. Get the most important round out of the way. Maybe the second one shouldn't be too difficult for them either. Let's hope that it isn't a let's run into 5 USBs on a stack and die situation. Back is over towards the A bomb side, but the B bomb side is destination T side. Full creep through on the USB train. It's Jam Young who could be the realistic victim on the other side of it. He does end up falling, and the Galil will be recovered, but not quite put to use. However, that is used as bait for 9-10 to go out and get another kill in the meanwhile. To be honest, the extra money for 9-10 is pretty well placed at all. 2650 in the tank, so we'll be able to pull out another incendiary, or if he wants to go for an AWP, he can have a smoke with it.
Yeah, it could be quite nice. Let's see how the buy pans out. And they're going to miss out on some utility here on the Clutch Gaming side. They will have no kits, but they have no intention, I'm sure, of letting that bomb go down. Nice little fast cave smoke there from Advent at the start as well. Will allow them to actually contest through ledge. This is going to be a mid-focused take from the Rare Adam side. And there will be nobody to contest this on the Clutch Gaming defense. Damn, even closing the gap and getting close donut. This is an area that he played many a time over as well, and he just keeps funneling Stardust back. Great
Good
kill.
one, News.
This is something that happened a lot on the CT side of Inferno. Just News pushing right into the waiting arms. And Jamyoung catches 910, creeping around that smoke. Stardust has been playing super conservatively. He was the front man on the mid play, but he's suddenly one of the last men standing. A fresh smoke that bounces at his feet, and he'll lose everybody here on the Clutch Gaming side. It was a slow assault on A, but Clutch just kept losing ground.
The slow assault was just coming through with the desperate plays inside smokes. Hey, we're making some noise. We're going to see if we can get some spams as well. And yeah, Clutch looked like they wanted to contain Rare Adam before they actually got onto the bomb site, but didn't have the position to do so. And then they're punished out for it. Rare Adam, clean start to this second half. They're looking much, much, much better. And that is good to see. Now, the Eagles and a CZ, as well as a 5-7 put together as a Clutch Gaming buy. Adam will be chasing in outside of A, but Mosaic is there to contain. Oh, big double. AK recover, looking for more. Jamyoung on the other side will fortunately keep things under control.
A kill from News, but it's instantly traded. Wow, that could have really turned around there. Stardust, had he got those 2 kills and just actually been satiated with those, there could have been a way in for Clutch, but they really wanted to maintain pressure over towards B main and ledge simultaneously, and just ended up going traded. Confidence was brimming from them, I'm sure. And it's costly, at the very least, on that half buy, and so Clutch in with another full. Molly's down, nades as well. Jamyoung kept at bay. The smoke that's down, he does spam it to some decent degree. Clouden brought to quite low HP, but Jamyoung will reciprocate right back. They just keep on shooting through that smoke, and Advent as well, cracking right into this B bomb site. That was the solitary man left in charge of that side. News was contesting through ledge, and so all he can sit in is Cave to try and keep them off of this plant, but they catch Advent. There's no nades down towards Cave, and Stardust is as well keeping that pressure high. Kaze, a 1-on-3, and he pulled one off on Nuke, but this one seems that much harder. Oh, Stardust!
He's able to move fast into them, but Stardust is going to cover off with the Molotov. Fortunately, we'll end up finding the frag. Yeah, it gets hellishly close. Rare Adam didn't look like they should have been in a position to actually contend for that at all, but Clutch off the back of Stardust and Nuke will be able to come through. 9-10 not even needed, even if he is the one to get the defuse.
That looked like a kind of a crazy play for Kaze to make. Like, I was prepping for him to play it a little slower after the Molotov went down, but the bomb's not planted for him, so he felt like he had to try and force fights. They had a smoke in the chamber as well. Clutch could have sectioned him off completely, unless he tried to rotate back through ramp, in which case if they stuck it, might have just been stolen away from him. Eesh. So many twists and turns in that last round. Hard to say if even Clutch are going to be able to, like, finish off the job on Ancient. Seen once where it went to overtime. We've seen once where it just completely fell out of their hands. Good kill from Kaze. News definitely got the drop on him, but... I have to say, Advent's been very... It's just maintaining his assertion around the map, and I don't know what's happened, what screw came loose, but he's ready for these duels. He's ready to trade so consistently. 9-10 does find Kaze, but that's a hell of an effort there from the solitary of Clutch. Stardust is thrust into this 1-on-2, and he's gone for a very committed deep flank, but now rerouting through mid. This should be something that's accounted for here for Rare Adam.
I mean, he would be the man to get it, right? He's been leading the charge so far as the fragging numbers are concerned. Clouding, not really performing in the same way that we were lauding him for in the first 2 maps here. And as Stardust starts to come in from behind, the only problem is no one will be giving him any real face. They are respecting this duel also much. They do not want to take it. They do not want to risk it. Mosaic on just 4 bullets, though. That's a slightly worrying sign. Shouldn't really matter too much, as Stardust will just be backing off, though, and going for the save.
Yeah, I think just didn't have confirmation on where a kit was for that as well. Might have actually given it a good swing, but you can see their money's not in a ideal spot. But hey, they've been doing this rather consistently throughout the series. You know, a half buy, one save weapon, or one commitment, and they've been doing quite well on them. It's given a whole lot of space, all these smokes that are down, to create a bit of chaos on the mid control. Clutch are sitting more towards sides. They've actually got Stardust pushed all the way through A, and he could certainly flank them out if they're not considering it. No one's even hovering to really realize this, but Mosea turns his attention, and Stardust right into the crosshair. That's perfect placement there from Mosea.
Right, Adam should be set up for the 11 equalizer right here and now. Another good trade to come through. IZR's CZ is annoying, but 9-10 is the one who actually has a chance here to bring things into their favor. Cloudon's demise to the hands of Jam Young is hardly favorable, but News giving himself a lot of chances with the B250. Unfortunately, he's been turned around upon. A good dink, but it will not be enough. 9-10 all alone, a 1-on-3. No smoke to cover him off, so he will at least be able to get into a good position now. Unfortunately, that good position will just be spammed out rear at him all very low, but no one really dying.
Still just caught neck and neck. The Clutch need this for the confidence. How many leads have they let slip?
All of them, pretty much.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, all three of them.
When you think about it, they did get one of them back, don't get me wrong, but yeah. Well, A-bomb side is empty. Stardust will be able to spot them out as they start to move back in, but there's no way for him to whittle down the numbers for the CTs, or rather for the Ts, any further. Might be a 4 and 5, but doesn't seem like Rare Adam are feeling too bad about it. Mercury, in the meanwhile, will fall, and that changes things a fair bit. Frag found, News to collect under Advent, and they are just falling apart before the bomb is even planted. A 2-on-4 now. Kazi and Jam Young did pull off a pretty miraculous clutch before as well on Nuke. Could this be a similar circumstance? Jam Young swinging out wide, can't find the first one, will be retreating back behind the flames. 9-10 to cover off, and now Kazi is all alone, where he will meet his death. 12th secured for Clutch.
How on earth do they reinforce the right area of the map? It feels like Rare Adam at the moment have targeted different sections each and every time, which is really good to see, actually. You know, they're a team that can sometimes just play it a little too slow in the early segments of T-side rounds, you know, just split out in defaults and just work the same utility each and every time. But they've come in with a real focus. That time it was the A site. Sure, Clutch were able to claw it away from them, but the fact that they break in is already a good way that they can maybe condition Clutch into future rounds. You have to be able to threaten both sides of the map. We haven't seen too many A-side finishes from Rare Adam, aside from that maybe scaling, you know, scaling drawn-out assault that they did last time through middle. They did spot Jam Young. He tried to get himself inside Red Room undetected, but they had the heads up, but it didn't help them all too heavily. 1 kill and a half. IZR already low HP, and the rest of the squad are grouped up over towards B, where there's only one defender.
News has been the danger man before, but it feels like in the past few rounds it's been all the less true. Mercury realizes where News should be. Mosea, however, doesn't seem to have gotten the memo. Mercury is down. Mosea trades Advent. We'll find another, but it's still a 2-on-2. The CT's being given a lot of room to encroach back territory, and Stardust had revealed position earlier on. Now even more so. But regardless, finds himself the 13th. What a shot from him.
They just keep on winning these post plants, you know, back-to-back rounds now where, sure, this time it's a whole lot closer. Well, Clutch, with each and every one of these moments, they not only get closer to the finish line, but they have now broken the money here for Rare Adam. They're in a tough position where do they concede simply to allow a 14th? No, they go for a half buy to try and answer back. This is a scary one. Rare Adam vulnerable the early stages, the early part of this season of the ESL Challenger League.
While they try to set up for the full-scale push inside as well, Clouden just pushed forward to the ledge where he's collected upon 2 and not a single casualty for the CT side. They will make this as easy for round as could be, and that is important because if you look at the money of Rare Adam, they're not in position on that 4,700, that 4,800 mark where you've got full Molotovs and everyone as well. You will see a slight bit of utility dip, not enough to impact the round too much, but enough to make you wonder. Three fewer Molotovs that you would like to see.
Pretty aggressive from News as well, over through to Cave. Let's leave IZR alone on this bomb site, and he's been losing a fair few of these duels straight up. Advent finding the insta headshot, and News is pushed further into that smoke, trying to establish a fast flank. They've got Jamyoung still running interference in through middle as well, but the rest of the squad of Clutch are not fast to rotate through spawn. News has pumped the brakes as well. Mosea there to cover off what is a flank attempt, and News catches him. Jamyoung as well on his flank, exposed to find 2, but they've got into this 3-on-2 for the post plant, and News just breaks it back to even numbers.
Knows where the next player is as well. Admin is down. News keeps it going. A full quad from his position, and IZR might have been giving up his life in the B bomb site for it, but News' success is more than made that worth it. Rare Adam, once again, money is terrible as you go into what could be the final round. Jamyoung, whose activation just simply not enough.
Every time.
Honestly, I felt like they misplayed that when they had 3 players in mid for so long, just looking for Jamyoung, but apparently all you need is News.
Yeah, no, I was really surprised to have seen that. But because they still had Jamyoung through middle, you know, they weren't actually that concerned about the flank. You know, they're only really worried about someone that sat inside of Cave, but didn't expect him to have already made that play. News went on such an early timing. As soon as he lost IZR, he made the reaction play. Clutch could pull off the upset. They are in prime and pole position, 15-11 on our final map, and Clouden started off the affair with a solid kill. Jamyoung, the hero throughout this series, hasn't been able to be the same star-studded man here on our final map. But Clutch just keep on punching in round after round, and I don't think this is going to be one where Rare Adam can get a second say in.
Yep, Mercury's gone as well. In the meanwhile, do they realize Advent is there? It does seem like Stardust is keeping an eye out for it. News now here to collect. Mosea likely to fall. Kaze, last man left alive, and he's got nothing to offer to the conversation. A 1-on-5 needs to be materialized out of thin air, and the air is really getting thinner and thinner as Clouden will just shoot him out. Wow. We just saw 3 maps where Clutch have the massive advantage in the first half, and then they end up giving up the advantage, and then they seem to be winning from there.
Yeah, no, they definitely seem like the team that came in with the right amount of conviction to this. You know, Rare Adam have already shown us some vulnerabilities in the early stages of this season. You know, they were in the 1-1 column because of the fact that they've already sustained a loss, where they're a team that we usually expect to see maybe have one loss the whole regular group stage, and then, you know, go into the playoffs. Yeah, exactly, at most, but already losing 2 of their opening games. So yeah, I do hope that those guys are doing all right with the recent recoveries they're having to do with the RMR, and you know they've got other things on the calendar though. You know, I think they have to also understand that, you know, they have Melbourne as another way into ESL Pro League. You know, the winner of that gets promoted, but that's not the easier path. You know, you're playing against international teams, you're playing against teams that are coming in with a lot of different experience levels, and that can be to a certain degree harder to gauge. You know, you are the big fish within the Asia region specifically, so this is really your best chance to do it, because Lin have already made it. You know, they're another team that I think people are quite excited about for different reasons. So you don't want to get leapfrogged by a younger squad, a younger Chinese squad.
Well, I actually think the clutch is looking also very exciting as well. Like, you know, with the newest additions, News and Cloud, and have definitely showed their worth.
Yeah.
I think there were certain people who were wondering that, hey, man, Haseka's gone. Haseka's that big experienced voice. He's going to want to be. No.
Made it to the major as well.
Yeah,
right?
made it to the major as well. But hey, here's Mongolia coming in with 2 new prospects. There you go. Not just the one, but the 2. Honestly, they look like they could end up being a better squad than they were in the last season. And that's very impressive considering that they did get some pretty big upsets out and they were looking primed to be in positions to go further. So I'm excited to see how exactly they perform for the remainder of the Challenger season. For now, though, we've got to be saying adieu as we're going to be moving over to Europe very soon. I believe that should be on in just about an hour and 15 minutes over here on the same channel. I don't know exactly about that. Might be channel B as well. But keep an eye out on the Twitters, right? Go check it out, twitter.com/ESCA and twitter.com/ESLCS. You'll be able to get your updates soon. But we're going to be back in about an hour or so. We'll catch you guys then. For now, adieu to you and you and you.